Chapter 185. The Deans of the Two Courtyards Take Action. Duanmu Lin, the unparalleled genius, had already broken through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. However, he was still defeated by Lu Ming. He was beaten to the point where he vomited blood. Even though Lu Ming had fused with the soul of a demon king and it was not his own strength, this was still shocking enough. This was because being able to fuse with and use the soul of a demon king was a miracle in itself. It was impossible for ordinary people to do so. What peerless genius! You're just a short-sighted brat with a little bit of achievement. I'll kill you now. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His body was wrapped in a thick Asilavira light as he charged toward Duanmu Lin. Everyone was dumbfounded. Audacious. He was truly audacious. Lu Ming actually wanted to kill Duanmu Lin. One had to know that Duanmu Lin was the hope of the Duanmu family. He was the hope for the rise of the Duanmu family. If he killed someone else, there would still be a buffer, but if he killed Duanmu Lin, the Duanmu family would definitely not rest until one of them was dead. However, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. He really wanted to kill Duanmu Lin. Boom! The Asilavira full moon emitted endless radiance. Every ray of radiance was like a spear light that shot toward Duanmu Lin. Lu Ming, you dare! The Asilavira-robed elder from the Duanmu family disregarded his injuries and pounced on Lu Ming. The dazzling saber radiance was unleashed, but it dissipated as soon as it came into contact with the radiance of the full moon. The Asilavira-robed elder could not even withstand a single blow from this move. He spat out blood and was sent flying backward. Lu Ming continued to charge toward Duanmu Lin. Evil beast, how dare you! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out in the heavens and earth. With this shout, the world rumbled as an extremely powerful pressure exploded in the sky. Many disciples of the four courtyards with weaker cultivation vomited blood. Their faces turned pale and they fell to the ground on their butts. Then, the clouds in the sky rolled and a huge hand reached out from the clouds, grabbing at Lu Ming. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall. It's the headmaster of the White Tiger Hall. Someone shouted. Boom! The White Tiger Hall's headmaster was too powerful. Although he was also a martial grandmaster, he was much more powerful than the Asilavira-robed elder or Duanmu Lin. The huge hand was still in the sky. It shook slightly and an unbelievably strong force appeared and blasted toward Lu Ming. Bang! The Asilavira full moon was like a bubble, dissipating without a sound. The giant Silavira wolf roared angrily, but it also collapsed. Lu Ming's body trembled violently. He spat out blood and retreated rapidly. However, the giant palm did not stop. It continued to press toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming was completely enveloped by the huge palm and it was difficult for him to dodge. Duanmu Pujuan, you're the headmaster of a school, but you're actually attacking a junior disciple. Do you have any fucking shame? At this moment, a furious roar came from the south. At the same time, a sword light crossed the void and slashed at the huge hand. The sword light collided with the giant hand with irresistible force, directly crushing the giant hand into pieces. Then, it continued to fly out and cut into the clouds in the sky. Yen Lan! An angry roar came from the clouds, and then a terrifying blade light flashed. Boom! The energy swept through and the clouds dissipated, revealing a figure inside. It was the headmaster of the White Tiger Hall, Duanmu Pujuan. From the south, a figure appeared. It was the Vermilion Bird Hall's head, Yen Lan. The headmasters of the two academies faced each other from a distance. Their auras intersected, and between heaven and earth, a huge pressure spread out. Lu Ming, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Below, Duanmu Lin roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura was demonic. His killing intent was so dense that it was almost tangible. He had been injured by Lu Ming in front of everyone. To him, this was a great humiliation. He must kill Lu Ming. Roar! An earth-shaking roar was heard. An extremely dense blood-red light was emitted from Duanmu Lin's body. Then, a flood dragon rushed out from his body. This flood dragon was more than 10 meters long. It had a slender body, 4 claws on its abdomen, and black scales all over its body. Lightning constantly swam on the scales, and a king-like aura spread out. The most eye-catching part was that there were 2 meridian cycles on the black water dragon's body. These meridian cycles were not blood red in color, but acylavirar. 2 acylavirar chakra. At the scene, almost everyone was stunned. Then they shouted, "King-level bloodline, this is a king-level bloodline. And it's a second-rank royal bloodline. The bloodline that Duanmu Lin awakened for the second time is actually a second-rank royal bloodline. This is too shocking. What a monster. He has a chance to become a martial king." Most of them couldn't help but roar. In the process of a warrior breaking through from the 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm to the Martial Ancestor Realm, there would be a process of nirvana. During this process, one could awaken a second bloodline and a second type of bloodline. Generally speaking, the bloodline level of the second awakening would be higher than the first. As for whether the score would be higher or lower, it was completely uncertain. It depended on the individual's potential and accumulation. This was a true nirvana. Some warriors' first awakening of the bloodline was not high enough, but the second level could awaken an extremely high-level bloodline, and thus soar to the sky and become a world-famous expert. For some martial artists, the first bloodline they awakened was of a very high level, but the second bloodline they awakened might only be 1 level higher than the first. In that case, they would slowly be caught up by others, even surpassed. Generally speaking, there was another name for a level 9 bloodline. It was called a common bloodline. The chakra of a mortal level bloodline was blood red. Above the ordinary bloodline, there was another level of bloodline, known as the king bloodline. The king level bloodline was also divided into 9 levels. Its meridian cycle was acylavirar, and it was unknown how much stronger it was compared to the ordinary level bloodline. No matter if it was the speed of cultivation or the increase in combat power, it was not something that ordinary bloodlines could compare to. It was said that there was another kind of bloodline above the king bloodline, known as the divine bloodline. However, a bloodline of this level was only a legend and was rarely seen in the world. Duanmu Lin's second bloodline awakening was actually a second-rank king bloodline. It was truly shocking. It should be known that most people's second bloodline awakening was only a 9th-level ordinary bloodline at most. There were very few who could reach the king bloodline, 1 in 10,000. Duanmu Lin's king-level bloodline power rose his aura to the peak. Great Sun Thunder Blade Slash. Duanmu Lin roared as his saber cut through the air. Boundless saber radiance condensed into a sun. This sun was twice as strong as the previous one. Silavirar Wolf Moon Howl. Lu Ming roared, pushing the power of the beast soul in his body to its limit. Another giant Silavirar wolf appeared, howling at the sky. A Silavirar full moon appeared, brighter than before. Boom! Once again, the sun and moon collided in the sky. Boundless radiance filled the air and space trembled non-stop as if it was about to explode. Kill, kill! Duanmu Lin roared crazily as his violent true qi gushed out continuously. However, Lu Ming also circulated the power of the beast soul to the extreme. Kachi-kachi! Lu Ming's body was constantly emitting the sound of beans being fried. His bones were trembling, his muscles were squirming, and blood was seeping out of his pores. He was under too much pressure. Chapter 186. Kicked in the head by a donkey. Devour. Lu Ming controlled his blood meridian with all his might and devoured the tearing force with all his might. The terrifying devouring force spread all over his body to prevent himself from exploding from the beast soul's power. However, after a series of battles, Lu Ming's body was still severely injured. The rumbling continued, and the sun and moon shone in the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 2 young men in the sky. The 2 headmasters of the White Tiger Hall and the Vermilion Bird Hall were in a standoff, and neither of them could interfere. Buzz! Buzz! In the sky, there was a continuous stream of light, and Silavirar-robed elders appeared in the air. At first, it was the Silavirar-robed elders from the White Tiger Hall. Soon after, the Silavirar-robed elders from the Vermilion Bird Hall, Azure Dragon Hall, and even the Onyx Tortoise Hall appeared in the sky. There were more than 20 Silavirar-robed elders from the 4 great academies. Boom! At this moment, the sun and moon in the sky suddenly collapsed, turning into energy and dissipating in the sky. Kill! Kill! The 2 of them roared at the same time, and their killing intent surged like a tide as they pounced toward each other. The blade energy and the spear radiance swept across the sky, breaking through the air and killing. The two of them continued to fight in the air, and the battle was extremely intense. Below, Lu Yao looked up at the sky in a daze, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Ming, the trash who used to be weak and sickly and could not cultivate, had actually grown to this stage. She found it hard to accept and could not accept it. It's just borrowing external power. He can't be compared to Brother Lin at all. Brother Lin is 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than him. Lu Yao kept warning herself in her heart. Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming. At this moment, Mulan, Feng Wu, Pang Shi, and the others had all rushed over. Soon after, even more people arrived after receiving the news. For example, Zhang Muyun, Duan Gang, and the others. After he rushed over, he stood at the side and looked at the sky in shock. In the air, Lu Ming and Duanmu Lin had exchanged more than 100 moves, but it was still difficult to determine the victor. Let's attack together and kill that little bastard Lu Ming. He has killed dozens of experts from the Duanmu family. Xiaofan-robed elder of the Duanmu family roared. Who would dare? Yan Lan shouted as his sword Qi soared into the sky. The other Xiaofan-robed elders of the Vermilion Bird Hall also released their auras and rushed forward. Yan Lan, Lu Ming has killed an elder of his sect. He has committed a heinous crime. How dare you protect him? Duanmu Pejuan shouted. The cause of the matter has not been clarified. I believe that Lu Ming would not do such a thing casually. There must be a reason. Yan Lan did not give in. I don't care what his reasons are. It's a fact that Lu Ming killed his fellow disciples and killed the Duanmu family. That's enough. He must die today. Duanmu Pejuan's voice was extremely cold. Then why don't you try? Yan Lan coldly shouted. The two sides were in a stalemate. It looked like an intense battle was about to break out. Enough! At this moment, a calm voice rang out from the depths of the mystical sword sect. It was not angry, but it exuded an air of authority. Sect leader! Yan Lan, Duanmu Pejuan and the Xiaofan-robed elders' expressions changed. Buzz! Buzz! For rays of light cut through the void and instantly appeared in the sky above the square. 4 figures appeared. The leader of the group was Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect. Behind him, there were 3 elders in golden robes. The moment the sect leader of the mystical sword sect appeared, he frowned. With a wave of his hand, a gentle force was produced and gushed toward Lu Ming and Duanmu Lin, who were still fighting. The two's attacks disappeared, and their bodies seemed to be pushed back by something. Sect leader, please don't stop me. Let me kill this bastard. Duanmu Lin roared madly. His body was filled with killing intent. You're an overconfident piece of trash. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? It's still not certain who will kill who. Do you really think you're a genius? In my eyes, you're just trash. Lu Ming retorted coldly. Bastard, smash it. I'm going to kill you. Duanmu Lin roared. Enough. The sect leader of the mystical sword sect bellowed softly once again. It did not sound heavy, but it reverberated in Lu Ming and Duanmu Lin's ears like thunder. Their expressions changed and they didn't speak. Sect leader, you've come at the right time. Lu Ming, that bastard, first killed dozens of people from the Duanmu family. Then he boldly charged into the White Tiger Hall and killed a dozen of our Grandmaster Realm experts in front of everyone. He even killed the chief elder. Such a disgraceful and insane person must die. I beg sect leader to let me kill him with my own hands. Duanmu Pejuan bowed to the sect leader. Duanmu Pejuan, don't try to make false accusations here. I've said it before, let's figure out the reason first. Yan Lan cupped his fists as well before he turned to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what do you think is going on? Didn't you kill dozens of people from the Duanmu family? When Yan Lan said, before, he was obviously referring to the time before they arrived at the White Tiger Hall. Not bad. Lu Ming admitted it directly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place was in an uproar. Duanmu Pejuan was overjoyed, while Yan Lan was shocked. Mulan and the others looked anxious. Sect Master, look, Lu Ming has admitted it himself, Duanmu Pejuan said. I admit it, but aren't you going to ask me where I killed them? Lu Ming sneered. I don't care where you did it. It's a fact that you've killed my Duanmu family's people. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered with Duanmu Pujuan and said, It's my family. The Lu family and the Duanmu family were led by Lu Yunxiong to kill my family members. They even tried to kill my mother. Do these people deserve to be killed? Lu Ming did not speak to the Duanmu family. Instead, he spoke to the other people from the 4 campuses and the sect master. What? There's such a thing? Everyone was shocked and turned to look at Duanmu Pujuan. Damn it, Duanmu Pujuan. Your Duanmu family really has a lot of power. You actually dared to harm the family of your own disciples without permission. You're worse than beasts. If it were me, I would kill you too. Yanlan's hair and beard stood on end as he glared at Duanmu Pujuan. Nonsense. Lu Ming, you're talking nonsense. You're slandering the Duanmu family. You deserve to die. Duanmu Pujuan shouted in anger. Slander? Your Duanmu disciple's corpse is still lying in my Lu family. Do you want to go and take a look? Lu Ming sneered. Duanmu Pujuan's expression was somewhat unsightly as he said, Even if there is such a thing, it is possible that they have heard the rumors and been bewitched. You should have returned to the sect to report the situation first and the sect would naturally investigate. However, you acted on your own and killed them. Your intentions are despicable. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming burst out laughing and said, Duanmu Pujuan, what you mean is that you want me to ignore the life and death of my family first and let your Duanmu family kill my Lu family's people and my mother while I come back to report first and then make a decision. Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Or is your IQ just that low? Lu Ming's disdainful voice was like a storm that spread throughout the entire venue. Everyone in the audience gasped. Lu Ming actually dared to scold Duanmu Pujuan. Say that Duanmu Pujuan's head was kicked by a donkey. Isn't he too bold? Little bastard, what did you say? Duanmu Pujuan was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and his old face was red. Chapter 187 Oppression. Ha ha ha, good scolding, good scolding. This old man's head was already kicked by a donkey. Yanlan laughed. Sect leader, you've seen it for yourself. This kid has no respect for his elders. It's clear how low his character is. If he's allowed to live in this world, he'll be a scourge. We must kill him today. Duanmu Pujuan said to the sect leader. The sect leader of the mystical sword sect frowned. Lu Ming was, without a doubt, a top genius. How could he ask to kill him? However, if he didn't kill them, how would he answer to the Duanmu family? Sect leader, Lu Ming killed 35 Master Realm experts, 15 Grandmaster Realm experts, and even the chief elder of the 9th grade Grandmaster Realm. These people were all elites of the mystical sword sect and had given their all for the sect. Yet, they died at the hands of a junior disciple. If we don't kill Lu Ming, I'm afraid our hearts will turn cold. That's right, sect leader. Even if those people from before were at fault, the dozen or so martial grandmasters behind them were only there to guard the White Tiger Hall and the sect. He was killed mercilessly. Lu Ming must be killed. A few Lavira-robed elders from the White Tiger Hall also stepped forward. Everyone's eyes could not help but look at the square. There were more than a dozen corpses lying there, and the blood had not dried yet. Yanlan furrowed his brows. It was reasonable for Lu Ming to kill those people who had barged into the Lu family previously. However, it was hard to explain the situation with these 10 over people. They stopped me from killing the real murderer. I warned them, but they asked for it. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Lu Ming, according to what you've said, if the sect leader stops you, you'll kill him too, right? Duanmu Pujuan laughed. Lu Ming frowned and did not say anything. He could not refute this. This matter was caused by your Duanmu family. Lu Ming was also trying to protect his family and his mother. In a moment of desperation, he used more force. This is human nature. It's excusable. He doesn't deserve to die. Yanlan said. Yanlan, you're determined to protect Lu Ming, right? Duanmu Pujuan said. Not bad. Yanlan said firmly. Then let's have a battle today. Let's see how long you can cover for Lu Ming. Duanmu Pujuan roared. Boom! Duanmu Pujuan and Yen Lan's auras exploded forth as they clashed in the air. The sect leader frowned. Junpa, stop. An old voice sounded. Then, with a flash of golden light, a white-haired old man appeared in the air with a walking stick. This old man was wearing a golden robe. It was obvious that he was a golden-robed elder. Father, why have you come out of seclusion? Duanmu Pujuan cried out in surprise when he saw the old man. When the others heard this, they were all shocked. This person was actually Duanmu Pujuan's father. This is troublesome. Yen Lan muttered as he furrowed his brows. Below, Mu Lan's eyes were filled with worry. Duanmu Pujuan's father, Duanmu Songhai, was the previous patriarch of the Duanmu family and the previous headmaster of the White Tiger Hall. Although he was now a golden-robed elder of the mystical sword sect, his cultivation was extremely terrifying and unfathomable, surpassing the average golden-robed elder. It was said that in recent years, he had been cultivating in seclusion in order to break through the Supreme King's realm. Greetings, old chief. Everyone from the Duanmu family stepped forward and saluted. Old Hai, why have you come out of seclusion? Is there a need to alarm you about this matter? The sect leader's expression changed slightly before he smiled. Duanmu Songhai let out a dry smile and said, Sect leader, if I don't come out and take a walk, the people of my Duanmu family will all be killed. The sect leader's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, Old Hai's words are too serious, there's no need for this. I've already heard about this. First of all, the Duanmu family is at fault for being bewitched. However, Lu Ming was too ruthless. Not only did he kill all of them, but he also went to the White Tiger Hall and killed more than 10 martial grandmasters. This matter cannot be forgiven. He may be spared from death, but he cannot escape punishment. I suggest that we expel him from the sect. Duanmu Songhai said. No. Yen Lan took a step forward and firmly objected. This old man is so scheming. After kicking Lu Ming out of the sect, without the protection of the sect, they will definitely send people to hunt Lu Ming down. Mu Lan's eyes were filled with anxiety. Old Hai, Lu Ming has the heart of a teenager. He'll be able to make it easily, but he shouldn't be expelled from the sect. The sect leader said. Haha, sect leader, it seems like you still value talents. However, as you can see, Lu Ming has forcefully fused with the soul of the Demon King. Even if he temporarily gains power, his foundation is crippled. He will no longer be a genius but a cripple. Duanmu Songhai laughed. The sect leader frowned and pondered. After all, the Duanmu family was at fault in this matter. Lu Ming was only avenging his family. Many young disciples would definitely be on Lu Ming's side. If they were to expel Lu Ming from the sect like this, many disciples would be bitterly disappointed. Seeing the sect leader's hesitation, Duanmu Songhai's face turned cold and he said slowly, Sect leader, the Duanmu family has done our best for the mystical sword sect for thousands of years, and we've made countless contributions. Today, so many of our people have been killed by a junior. If you don't expel him from the sect, then let the Duanmu family leave. Boom! This sentence was like a thunderbolt, exploding in everyone's mind and causing a shock. This was a threat. Duanmu Songhai was threatening the sect leader with the entire Duanmu family. Despicable, shameless. Pang Shi, Mu Lan, and the others growled. The sect leader's expression also changed greatly. He became extremely serious and said, Old Hai, your words are too much. Even though he said that, the sect leader had to take it seriously. Over the years, the Duanmu family had grown stronger and stronger. Almost the entire White Tiger Hall had become their territory. If they lost the Duanmu family, the mystical sword sect would definitely suffer a huge blow and its strength would be greatly reduced. As the sect leader, he had to treat this seriously. Damn it, this old man. Yen Lan clenched his fists tightly. Duanmu Pujuan and the other disciples of the Duanmu family sneered in their hearts. They would like to see how Lu Ming could avoid this calamity. Duanmu Songhai's lips curled into a cunning smile as he waited for the sect leader's answer. After pondering for a while, the sect leader took a deep breath. His eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Ming and said slowly, Lu Ming, even though there's a reason for this, you've gone too far by killing dozens of people from the White Tiger Hall. They were all from the same sect. This is a grave crime. The sect leader's dignified voice reverberated throughout the entire area. "Sect leader, you can't!" Yan Lan roared. "Sect leader, what's wrong with Lu Ming avenging his family? What crime?" Mulan also shouted. "If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the Duanmu family can kill our family in the future and we can't take revenge? What kind of logic is that?" Pang Shi also roared, his voice shaking the entire scene. The eyes of many disciples flickered. Clearly, they agreed with Pang Shi's statement. "Impudent! You dare to question the sect leader's will? You'll be punished as well." Duanmu Pejuan roared. His voice was so loud that Mulan, Pang Shi, and the others' expressions changed. Chapter 188 Leaving the Sect. Duanmu Pejuan, what are you shouting for? Are you going to attack the juniors? Yan Lan glared at Duanmu Pejuan. "Principal!" Lu Ming suddenly shouted. Yan Lan looked at Lu Ming. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to Yan Lan. "Thank you for your help, Dean." Then, Lu Ming looked at Mulan and the rest. "Senior sister Mulan, Boulder, Fengwu, you don't have to say anything. I already understand this." Lu Ming smiled indifferently. The sect leader's meaning was already very clear. What he meant next was that he would definitely be expelled from the sect. "It's still not enough." Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Strength. It was all a matter of strength. He was too weak. If he was so strong that he could surpass the Duanmu family, why would the sect leader of the mystical sword sect have such intentions? Why would he be punished? Even if the Duanmu family was destroyed, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect would not say a word. Even though he had displayed unparalleled talent during this period of time. However, that was only for now. He was still young after all. Who knew what would happen in the future? Would it be like a shooting star, flashing and disappearing? There were too many such examples in the world. Moreover, Duanmu Lin was also a peerless genius. He had awakened a second-rank king bloodline and had broken through to the martial ancestor realm at the age of 18. He could expect to become a martial king in the future. In many people's eyes, Duanmu Lin's future would definitely be stronger than Lu Ming's. All in all, Lu Ming's value and weight paled in comparison to the Duanmu family. That was why the sect leader had chosen the Duanmu family in the end. This was the reality. Lu Ming sighed in his heart, then smiled faintly. He looked at the sect leader of the mystical sword sect and said in a clear voice, "Sect leader Lin, today, I, Lu Ming, will leave the mystical sword sect." The voice was calm and indifferent, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lu Ming wanted to withdraw from the mystical sword sect. "Lu Ming, you can't!" Mulan shouted. "Senior brother Lu Ming." Pang Shi gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open. "AI!" Zhang Muyun, Duan Gang, and the others sighed. Many of the Duanmu family's disciples laughed. Duanmu Songhai and Duanmu Pejuan's faces revealed a cold smile. "Senior sister Mulan, Big Rock, you don't have to say anything. I've made up my mind." Rather than waiting to be expelled from the sect, it would be better to withdraw himself. "AI!" The sect leader Lin Shui let out a long sigh and said, "Lu Ming, I, Lin Shui, guarantee that no one will dare to touch your family again. I will guarantee their safety for 10 years. "Elder Yu!" Lin Shui shouted. "This old man is here." Behind Lin Shui, a gold-robed elder cupped his fists and said, "Set off immediately and guard the Lu family of Fiery Wind City for 10 years. Ensure the Lu family's safety for 10 years. Kill anyone who dares to touch the Lu family." Lin Shui ordered. "Yes, sir." The golden-robed elder cupped his fists and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the sky. Duanmu Songhai's old eyes squinted and a glint flashed across his eyes. Duanmu Pejuan's expression was somewhat unsightly. It was obvious that Shui Lin's actions were to guard against the Duanmu family. "Thank you, sect leader Lin." Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. He was thanking her from the bottom of his heart. He had been worried about the Lu family and his mother, but now there was no need to. With a gold-robed elder guarding the place, the Lu family would be safe for the next 10 years. "Lu Ming, I've let you down. As the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, I have to think for the sake of the mystical sword sect. Lin Shui sighed and it rang in Lu Ming's ears. Of course, it was a voice transmission, so no one else could hear it. Lu Ming nodded and did not say much. Then, it flew towards Yan Lan. Dean, Lu Ming thanks you for your help. He bowed. Lu Ming, you don't have to do this. Even if I have to risk my life, I can still protect you. Yan Lan said. Lu Ming will always remember the Dean's kindness. Lu Ming saluted again and moved to Mu Lan's side. Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming. Mu Lan and the others called out one by one. Their eyes were filled with anger and reluctance. Everyone, please take care of yourself in the future. I will come back to see you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Senior brother Lu Ming, since you're leaving the sect, I'll leave with you. I'm not staying here any longer. Pang Shi roared. Big Rock, what are you talking about? Just focus on your cultivation in the mystical sword sect. With your talent, you'll definitely be successful in the future. Don't let your parents down. Lu Ming said, feeling very warm in his heart. In the mystical sword sect, the best thing he had gained was making a few true friends. But Yen. Pang Shi's eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. But what? Cultivate well. We'll definitely meet again in the future and have a drink together. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and said sternly. Pang Shi gritted his teeth, then nodded solemnly. Lu Ming, be careful when you leave the mystical sword sect. The Duanmu family will not let you off so easily. Mu Lan warned. Her eyes were filled with worry. Lu Ming nodded. He was very clear about this. He and the Duanmu family had long been at each other's throats. Suddenly, Lu Ming smiled and whispered into Mu Lan's ear. Senior sister Mu Lan, don't forget that you still owe me a reward. I'll be asking for it the next time we meet. After he finished speaking, he even sniffed it heavily. As long as you're alive, everything can be discussed. Mu Lan's face reddened. Everything can be discussed. Was he hinting at something? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then he smiled and left. Lu Ming, take care. Zhang Muyun strode out and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, take care. After that, Ling Kong, Duan Gang, Zhua Yirong, Cheng Feiqing, and the rest walked out and cupped their fists at Lu Ming. Haha, everyone take care. Let's have a drink together next time. Lu Ming laughed heartily. There's still a next time when we drink? Lu Ming, I will kill you. Duanmu Lin's eyes were cold and his voice was filled with killing intent. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Duanmu Lin with a cold smile. Duanmu Lin, do you really think you're a genius? I, Lu Ming, swear today that I will take your head with my own strength within 2 years. Haha, what a joke. With your own strength? You won't be my match for the rest of your life. Duanmu Lin sneered. His smile was full of disdain. Also, we'll see if you're still alive. Lin, he's just talking for fun. He's forcefully fused with the Demon King's soul and will soon become a cripple. He's already at the end of his road. Duanmu Pejuan sneered. Oh, really? Just you wait, old man. I've killed dozens of people from your Duanmu family today, but I'll definitely use my spear to wipe out the Duanmu family in the future. With that, Lu Ming leaped forward and laughed. Step by step, he walked in the air and headed out of the mystical sword sect. Under the sunlight, Lu Ming's young back was filled with confidence, determination, unyielding, and a heroic spirit as if he had vowed to break through the heavens. This scene, this moment, this back view, was deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present. He would never forget it for the next 10, 20, or even his entire life. Chapter 189. With a spear in hand, he can dominate the world. Lu Ming, I believe that you'll be fine. You'll create a miracle and flatten the Duanmu family in the future. Mu Lan said softly. As for Feng Wu, she looked at Lu Ming's back view with mixed feelings. This young man, who was about the same age as him, had joined the mystical sword sect and participated in the assessment together with her. However, he had created too many miracles. In the past, she had a special feeling for Lu Ming. However, She suppressed that feeling after Lu Ming burst out with a dazzling light. She knew that the gap between them was too big, and it would only get bigger in the future. Senior brother Lu Ming. Pang Shi's fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with tears. His body was trembling non-stop. Lu Ming, the world is unfair, but I believe that you can overcome all obstacles and overcome all obstacles. In the future, I'll wait for you to drink and discuss Tao with me. Zhang Muyun muttered to himself. Beside him, Zhua Yirong grabbed Zhang Muyun's hands tightly. Lu Ming, Lu Ming. Lu Yao stared at Lu Ming's back in a daze. At this moment, she did not know why, but her heart was filled with complicated feelings. On one hand, she hated Lu Ming. He was just a piece of trash that she had abandoned. How could he have such high talent? He had even killed his father and crippled his big brother. On the other hand, she was afraid. She was afraid that Lu Ming would really kill his way into the Duanmu family one day and destroy everything she had. Lu Ming, you should just go to hell. Finally, Lu Yao growled. AI. The sect leader of the mystical sword sect, Lin Shui, let out a long sigh. She turned around, took a step forward, and disappeared into the horizon. Duanmu Songhai looked in the direction where Lu Ming had disappeared, his murky old eyes glimmering. Pejuan, this man is too extraordinary. He's a rare genius. We can't let him live. I can't rest easy if he's not dead. Duanmu Songhai solemnly said to Duanmu Pejuan. Duanmu Pejuan's heart trembled. His father actually regarded Lu Ming so highly. Was Lu Ming really such a big threat? Don't worry, father. I'll make the necessary arrangements. Duanmu Pejuan said as he bowed. That's good. Duanmu Songhai nodded and took a step forward, disappearing without a trace. The crowd slowly dispersed. However, Lu Ming's name was destined to shock every single person in the mystical sword sect after today's incident. His name would be engraved in the history of the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming left the mystical sword sect and flew into the distance at high speed. Not long after, he charged into a mountain forest. At this time, the aura on his body was rapidly declining. Although the Demon King's soul was powerful, it had been holding on for so long that its power was exhausted. Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The backlash from the Demon King's soul was too strong. Even with the spirit-devouring bloodline, my body almost couldn't take it and was heavily injured. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, his bones were slightly cracked. His muscles were torn by the powerful force, and a thick layer of blood scabs formed on his skin. However, it was not as serious as Duanmu Pejuan and the rest had imagined. They thought that Lu Ming was already crippled. As long as Lu Ming focused on healing his injuries, he would be fully recovered in a few days. This was the uniqueness of the spirit-devouring bloodline. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the mystical sword sect, his eyes glimmering. At the end of the day, it's all because I'm too weak. The Duanmu family is using their entire family to suppress the sect leader of the mystical sword sect. I'm no match for the entire Duanmu family. But that's only for now. It won't be long before I prove that I, alone, can suppress an entire family and an entire force. I want to become stronger. With a spear in hand, I want to dominate the world. That is my goal. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with determination. There's also Qiu Yu. I can't say goodbye to her this time. If she finds out that I've left the mystical sword sect, I wonder what she'll do. That girl will probably cause a huge ruckus. Lu Ming pondered secretly. Forget it. We'll meet again eventually. The most important thing now is to heal. With a single thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Supreme Shrine. He took out a healing pill and swallowed it, then began to channel his energy to heal his injuries. 2 days later, Lu Ming's injuries had recovered by 80%. Mother must be worried about me coming out this time. I should go home now and see Mother so that she can be at ease. After that, I'll head to the imperial capital and try to think of a way to save Father while I cultivate. After planning his journey, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and found a small river in the forest. He washed the blood off his body and changed into a black robe and a bamboo hat. He left the forest and headed towards Fiery Wind City. The black robe and bamboo hat were the ones he had used in the past, and they had been kept in the supreme shrine. The Duanmu family would not let him off so easily, so he had to be careful when he moved. He changed directions several times on his way to Fiery Wind City. He only returned to the Lu family after 7 days. Ming, you're fine. That's great. At the first sight of Lu Ming, Li Ping's tears flowed down and she hugged him tightly. Lu Ming had gone after Lu Yunxiong. During this period of time, she had been on tenterhooks every day, afraid that something had happened to Lu Ming. Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. It's good that you're all right, it's good. Li Ping kept nodding her head and looked at Lu Ming carefully. After that, he started talking to Li Ping about the Lu family situation over the past few days. Previously, the 2nd to 6th branches of the Lu family had all surrendered to Lu Yunxiong. However, he did not expect Lu Ming to return. Not only did he kill almost all of the people that Lu Yunxiong had brought, he even went after Lu Yunxiong. The people from the Lu clan's branch were terrified when they saw the invincible experts lying dead in the courtyard. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming was so powerful. For the past few days, she had been trembling in fear, waiting for Lu Ming's return and his judgment. After chatting with Li Ping for a while, the remaining 3 core elders of the Lu clan came to pay their respects. The 3 of us pay our respects to the young master. The 3 core elders bowed and greeted Lu Ming. 3 elders, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Ming quickly helped the 3 core elders up. The core elders still stood by the Lu family and Li Ping's side at the moment of life and death. This made him very touched and respectful. The 3 core elders looked at Lu Ming with undisguised joy in their eyes. Lu Ming had such powerful combat strength and was able to come back alive after chasing after Lu Yunxiong. This meant that the Lu family was about to rise. They were naturally overjoyed. Young master, the branch leaders of the 2nd to 6th branches are waiting outside. One of the core elders said. Oh, then let them wait. Come, 3 elders, let's have some tea and chat. Lu Ming smiled and invited the 3 core elders to take a seat. Then, Lu Ming asked about the Lu family situation and the details of Lu Yunxiong's visit. Time flew by and 2 hours passed. Go, let them in. Lu Ming instructed a maidservant. The servant girl responded and went out. Not long after, 5 middle-aged men came in. The 5 middle-aged men were the branch masters of the 2nd to 6th branches. They were also the elders of the Lu clan. This subordinate greets the young master. The 5 branch masters hurriedly knelt down when they saw Lu Ming. Chapter 190, Reorganizing the Lu family. Lu Ming sat on his seat and accepted the bow calmly. He glanced at them indifferently and sneered. I'm your young master? Your master is Lu Yunxiong, right? The 5 branch heads turned pale and one of them said, Young master, you've misunderstood. The force that Lu Yunxiong brought with him that day was too strong. If we were to resist, we would definitely be annihilated. If that were to happen, the Lu family would really be finished. That's right, young master. We surrendered to Lu Yunxiong only because we wanted to save our lives. We'll wait for you to return. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming looked at the few of them with a faint smile. He did not say anything but picked up the teacup and slowly sipped the tea. The 5 branch masters looked at each other. They did not know what Lu Ming was thinking, and they felt uneasy. At that time, the mystical sword sect seemed to have already informed me of my death, right? You're still waiting for my return? Could it be that you already knew that I wasn't dead? Lu Ming asked indifferently. The 5 of them began to sweat. They looked at each other and then said, The young master is so talented. How could he die so easily? We guessed that the young master was not dead, so we used that plan. Oh, so that's how it is. You're all so resourceful that you can even help people read their fortunes. Lu Ming said indifferently and continued to drink his tea. The 5 branch masters' faces turned red, but they could only grit their teeth and remain silent. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen at once. Lu Ming sipped his tea, the 3 core elders and Li Ping did not speak, and the 5 branch masters could only stand there, not daring to make a sound. The current Lu Ming was no longer the useless young master from back then. His combat strength was unparalleled, and his cultivation had reached an unbelievable realm. Crushing them to death was as easy as crushing an ant. He had formed a very powerful aura without them knowing. They did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Lu Ming. "I've already killed Lu Yunxiong." Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice was heard. "What?" Not only the 5 branch masters, but the 3 core elders were also shocked. "I've already killed Lu Yunxiong in the White Tiger Hall. So, don't even think that you'll be lucky. This is the fate of those who betray the Lu family." Lu Ming said coldly. "Cc Gu." Everyone gasped. Lu Ming had actually killed Lu Yunxiong at the White Tiger Hall and returned alive. How capable was he? They could not imagine it. At the same time, the 5 branch masters were terrified. They looked at each other and knelt down together. "Young master, we were really foolish that day. Please forgive us. We will wholeheartedly assist you in the future and revitalize the Lu family. If we disobey, we will die a horrible death." Why do I not believe it? Lu Ming looked at the 5 branch masters with a faint smile. The cold sweat on the faces of the 5 branch masters became even more concentrated, and it kept dripping down. "How about this? All of you swear an oath to the inner demons, and I'll believe you," Lu Ming said indifferently. An oath of inner demons. The 5 branch masters' expressions changed drastically. The so-called oath of the heart demon was an oath to one's heart, using one's blood essence as a step. Once a martial artist made a mental demon oath, if he were to go against it in the future, it would be very easy for his mental demons to act up during cultivation, and he would die from chi deviation. What's wrong? If you don't want to make an oath, I won't be at ease leaving you behind. Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The 5 branch heads' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly said, "We swear an oath." After that, the 5 of them made the oath of inner demons. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled and said, "In the future, you will know that your choice is correct. Now go down." The 5 branch masters quickly took their leave. 3 elders, the Lu family's strength has been greatly reduced after going through so many twists and turns. However, the quality of the people is more important than the quantity. I have some secret cultivation techniques here. You can take them and cultivate. Lu Ming's phone glowed. A stack of books appeared on the table. A cultivation technique or martial skill manual. The 3 core elders were a little puzzled. They each picked up a book and flipped through it. As soon as they opened it, the 3 of them widened their eyes in shock. A yellow-grade upper-level martial arts technique. Mine is also a yellow-grade upper-level. Me too. The 3 core elders exclaimed in unison. 3 elders, here are 5 sets of yellow-grade upper-level martial arts techniques, and 10 sets of yellow-grade lower-level martial arts techniques. You can take them to cultivate, or you can choose the best seedlings in the family and pass them on to them. Lu Ming said with a smile. 5 yellow-tier upper-level and 10 yellow-tier lower-level. The 3 core elders gasped. The Lu family only had 1 upper yellow-level cultivation skill, which was regarded as the clan's most important cultivation skill. Ordinary people were not qualified to cultivate it. The Lu clan did not have many yellow-level lower-class martial arts techniques, only 6 or 7 of them. Now, Lu Ming had actually taken out so many cultivation technique secret manuals in one go. If the Lu family's disciples cultivated them, their abilities would increase by a large margin very quickly. Many thanks, young master. The 3 core elders thanked Lu Ming, their bodies trembling with excitement. There's no need to thank me, elders. Since I'm the Lu family's young master, this is what I should do. Lu Ming said. In the ruins of the Dongyi tribe, Lu Ming had obtained more than 30 yellow-grade cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. These martial arts techniques were not of much use to him and could only be sold. He might as well keep them with the Lu family and increase their strength. There's more. Lu Ming had a thought and some jade bottles appeared on the table. These jade bottles contained some medicinal pills. Some could heal injuries, some could dispel poison, and some could raise the cultivation of martial artists in the warrior realm and even the master realm. Lu Ming had obtained them from the enemies he had killed. They were not of much use to him, but they were very useful to the majority of the Lu clan's invigorated Meridian realm and warrior realm martial artists. Take all these pills. As for how to split them, you guys decide. Lu Ming said. Young master, you've given everything to the family. What about you? One of the core elders said. Take it. I have no use for these. Lu Ming said with a smile. All right, that's good. We'll take it. We'll definitely select disciples who are loyal to the Lu family and distribute it to them to improve the Lu family's strength. Another core elder said excitedly. The three of them carefully put away the pills. Li Ping was so happy that she could not close her mouth when she saw Lu Ming taking out so many treasures. After the three core elders kept the items, they bade Lu Ming farewell. They were in a hurry to go back and discuss how to make good use of these treasures. They could not let the Lu family improve their strength as soon as possible. Lu Ming stayed at the Lu family for 7 days. 7 days later, Lu Ming decided to bid farewell to Li Ping. He could not hide in the Lu clan forever. There were some things that he had to face. Moreover, he had to investigate Lu Yuntian's whereabouts as soon as possible. In the main manor's courtyard. Ming-er, be careful when you go out. Li Ping did not ask Lu Ming to stay. She only reminded him to be careful. A man's ambition was to travel far and wide. Moreover, a genius like Lu Ming would not be trapped in one place. That would only restrict him. Li Ping was well aware of this, so she did not try to persuade him to stay. Mother, don't worry. Ming-er will be fine. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming pondered and hesitated. After a while he said, Mother, Ming-er has something to tell you. Lu Ming intended to tell Li Ping that Lu Yuntian might still be alive. Chapter 191 The Reappearance of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. In the past, he had chosen to hide the truth because he was worried that Li Ping would miss and worry about him. However, after experiencing so many things during this period of time, he had understood many things. Although Li Ping would be worried and concerned if he told her about this, there would always be hope in her heart. No matter what happened, she would always have a glimmer of hope in her heart. As long as there was hope, it was enough. What news? Li Ping asked curiously when she saw how serious Lu Ming was. Father, he might not be dead, Lu Ming said seriously. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Ping's body suddenly trembled and her pupils widened. Then, Li Ping's body trembled more and more violently. Her eyes shone with a strong sense of hope as she said in a trembling voice, Ming Xiao Ming, or what did you say? Mother, I said that father might not be dead. Lu Ming repeated. He didn't die? He didn't die. Ming-er, is this true? Slowly, Li Ping's expression became one of extreme excitement, and her tears could no longer be held back. He then asked, Ming-er, where did you get this news? Is it true? If your father isn't dead, then where has he been all these years? Mother, it is like this. Lu Ming then told Li Ping about his encounter with Zhou Linshan in detail. So it's him. Back then, he sent me a spirit sword and a pendant. I once asked about Yun Tian's whereabouts, but he told me that Yun Tian was already dead. So he lied back then. Does that mean that Yun Tian is really still alive? Li Ping said excitedly, her eyes full of hope. Yes. Mother. Father might have fallen into the hands of the 10 Direction Sword School, so I plan to go to the imperial capital to investigate his whereabouts. Ming-er, I've heard that the 10 Direction Sword School is the strongest sect in the Blazing Sun Empire. You have to be careful. Li Ping warned, very worried. Mother, don't worry. Ming-er won't go head-to-head with the 10 Direction Sword School now. He'll just investigate. Nothing will happen. Lu Ming said. Only then did Li Ping feel more at ease. Mother, don't worry. As long as father is still alive, Ming-er will definitely be able to save him and let our family reunite. Lu Ming said firmly. Ming-er, mother believes you. Li Ping said with a smile. Mother, I'll be leaving then. Lu Ming nodded heavily. Go. Lu Ming bade farewell to Li Ping and headed outside. Walking out of the Lu residence, Lu Ming looked at the back of the Lu family. After a moment of thought, he moved and headed there. There was a fruit forest behind the Lu family, and it was filled with fruit trees. There were also small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and lakes. The environment was very elegant. Lu Ming walked into the fruit forest and came to a small lake. An elder was fishing by the lake. This old man was the golden-robed elder sent by Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, to guard the Lu family. Lu Ming, your senses are really sharp. I was cultivating 2 days ago, and you could already sense the slight fluctuations I revealed. The gold-robed elder smiled. Lu Ming thanks Senior for coming to guard the Lu family. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. You don't have to thank me. I'm just following orders. You deserve it. After all, the sect has let you down. The golden-robed elder sighed. Lu Ming was silent and did not speak. The golden-robed elder pondered for a moment and sighed. Lu Ming, I hope you don't blame the sect leader. In fact, he's in a very difficult position. As the sect leader, he has to put the interests of the mystical sword sect above all else. Senior, I don't blame anyone. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. If I have to blame someone, I can only blame myself for being too weak. However, one day, I will rule over all forces and families. I will make sure that the heavens can no longer cover my eyes. Lu Ming said. He seemed to be talking to the old man but also to himself. The old man was startled and seemed to be moved. No matter what, Lu Ming still has to thank Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists again and bowed to the elder. He then turned around and strode away. Looking at Lu Ming's back as he left, the old man was in a daze. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Sect leader, perhaps you've made the wrong choice this time. Lu Ming left the fruit forest but did not leave Fiery Wind City immediately. Instead, he found a hidden place and entered the Supreme Shrine to start cultivating. Time passed and night fell. Lu Ming then left the Supreme Shrine. He put on his black robe and bamboo hat and left the city. Then, he headed in the direction of the imperial capital. The capital of the Burning Sun Empire was located at the center of the empire, to the west of Fiery Wind City. It was more than 100,000 miles away. Even with Lu Ming's current movement technique, it would take him more than 20 days to reach the imperial capital. In the first 3 days, everything was calm. However, on the evening of the 4th day, Lu Ming, who was in a hurry, suddenly stopped. That was because he felt a few waves of killing intent surrounding him. Someone was trying to kill him. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming stomped his foot and his figure soared into the sky. Just as Lu Ming charged forward, a sharp and cold sword aura pierced the spot where Lu Ming had been standing. With a clang, the sword chi left a deep hole in the ground. Buzz! Buzz! Then, 7 or 8 figures appeared from all directions like ghosts. Lu Ming swept his gaze across. There were a total of 8 figures, all of them wearing black robes and masks. It was a Silavira wolf mask. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming immediately recalled that this was the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, one of the 4 major assassin organizations in the Blazing Sun Empire. The Silavira wolf mask represented the Silavira wolf-level assassin of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. 5 6th grade Great Martial Master and 3 7th grade Great Martial Master. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion really thinks highly of me, Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Kill! Kill! There were 8 murderous sounds and 8 extremely sharp sword chi that were aimed at Lu Ming. Let's see who kills who. Lu Ming let out a long howl. At this moment of life and death, Lu Ming activated his blood meridian and an ancient shield appeared on his body. Explode! Lu Ming did not care about the attacks from the other 7 people. His spear turned into a ray of light and shot toward a 6th grade Great Martial Master assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Bang bang bang! 7 consecutive attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. 4 of them were blocked by the shield. The shield buzzed and trembled, but in the end, it was not broken. However, the area that the shield could cover was limited and it could only block one direction. There were still 3 rays of sword aura that blasted Lu Ming. The spirit-devouring bloodline had devoured 50% of the attack, but the remaining energy still made Lu Ming's body tremble. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's attack had also erupted. The 6th grade Great Martial Master expert was killed in one shot without even being able to let out a scream. Devour! A powerful devouring force appeared and devoured the assassin's blood essence. Damn it! Didn't they say that Lu Ming had fused with the soul of the Demon King and was half crippled? How can it be so terrifying? It seems like the information was wrong. Let's avoid that shield and attack Lu Ming's body directly. We can kill him once the time limit of his blood meridian is over. The assassins shouted. Chapter 192. The Battle in the Wild Forest. Chi. 7 figures flickered rapidly like 7 shadow wallevers. They were extremely fast. As his figure flickered, sharp and vicious sword Chi dodged Lu Ming's ancient shield and stabbed at him. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He ignored the attacks from all directions and focused on a 6th grade great martial master assassin. He went all out to kill him. The other party was shocked and quickly retreated. However, Lu Ming's speed was even faster. He used his midair steps to the maximum and his body seemed to be weightless. Landslide. Lu Ming's long spear came from above and smashed down heavily. 100-meter-long spear light as thick as a water tank smashed toward the assassin. Bang! Although the assassin tried his best to block, he was still sent flying and blood spurted out of his mouth. Lightning! With a chi sound, the spear ray pierced through the opponent's heart like lightning. He killed another person. However, in the process, Lu Ming was hit 7 to 8 times. Even though he had the spirit-devouring bloodline, his face was still pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. At this moment, his aura was rapidly declining. The time for the bloodline explosion was up. It's time for his bloodline to explode. The remaining assassins were ecstatic. Just now, Lu Ming was like an immortal demon god. He ignored his attacks and killed 2 people in a row, which really made them shudder with fear. He's already injured. In addition to his weakened strength, he won't be able to escape. A 7th grade great martial master assassin shouted. The other 5 people moved in a flash and surrounded Lu Ming. You were sent by the Duanmu family, right? Lu Ming suddenly asked. Humph. You don't care who sent us. We're here to take your life. One of the assassins sneered, his voice cold. Lu Ming sneered. Although the other party did not give in, he was sure that it was the Duanmu family. Other than the Duanmu family, who else would want to kill him? He had probably been targeted not long after he left Fiery Wind City. Moreover, when Lu Ming first went to the Mystical Sword Sect to participate in the assessment, he was assassinated by the Shadow Wolf Pavilion in the Mystical Sword City. Back then, his only enemies were the Duanmu family. Lu Ming did not believe that it was not the Duanmu family. Tell me, what is the relationship between the Duanmu family and your Shadow Wolf Pavilion? Or rather, what is the relationship between the Shadow Wolf Pavilion and the Mystical Sword Sect? Lu Ming asked coldly. You still have a lot of questions when you're about to die. However, you'd better go to hell and ask the King of Hell. Kill! A 7th grade great martial master assassin shouted coldly and charged at Lu Ming. The other 5 people launched their attacks as well. The sword aura was like a net that covered Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming did not take it head-on. Instead, he used the midair steps to dodge it. However, the other party was a top-notch assassin and they had good teamwork. Lu Ming could not dodge them completely. If not for the ancient shield, he would have been injured. Even so, Lu Ming was still in danger. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd grade Grandmaster realm. Under the condition that he did not activate his blood meridian, he could fight with a 7th grade Grandmaster and even suppress them. However, the other party had 3 7th grade Great Martial Masters and 3 6th grade Great Martial Masters. They worked well together and Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage. The 6 flashes of sword chi completely enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear was brandished as he fought with them. Bang! A 6th grade Great Martial Master assassin was swept away by the spear and was sent flying 100 meters away. His face was pale. However, Lu Ming also paid the price. A sword wound appeared on his body and blood flowed out. Refine, refine! Lu Ming roared. He had just devoured the blood essence of 2 6th grade Great Martial Master Realm assassins, and he was refining them while fighting. He wanted to break through. His cultivation had always been at the peak of the 3rd grade Great Martial Master Realm, only a step away from the 4th grade Great Martial Master Realm. As long as he could break through, his combat strength would increase greatly, and he would be able to fight back. However, it was not easy to break through to the great martial master realm. Boom! The true chi in his body was rumbling, but it was difficult to break through for the time being. Not enough. I don't have enough energy. I have to kill one more person and devour one more person's blood essence to break through. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Kill! He used all his strength and pounced towards the injured killer. But how could the other assassins let him do as he wished? They charged at him with all their might. Not long after, 2 more wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been cut in half. However, even though he was injured, he still got the result he wanted. The 6th grade Great Martial Master Killer was hit by Lu Ming's spear again. This spear attack was even more overbearing. Half of the other party's body had almost exploded and was sent flying. He was already half dead. Die! Lu Ming charged forward without a care. Puchi! Lu Ming paid the price of another wound, but he also ended the 6th grade Great Martial Master Killer with one shot. Devour! His spirit-devouring bloodline erupted with a powerful devouring power, devouring the other party's blood essence in an instant. Boom! 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 In his bloodline, waves of energy immediately emerged. Break! Break! Lu Ming roared in his heart. At the same time, he dodged the attacks of the remaining assassins with all his might. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming's injuries became more serious and the situation became more disadvantageous to him. Boom! At this moment, a loud boom suddenly erupted from his body. Lu Ming's aura instantly bloomed. 4th grade Great Master Realm Breakthrough. Boom! Lu Ming's spear swept out and collided with a 7th grade Grandmaster Killer. The long spear and sword clashed, and the other party's expression changed drastically. The sword bent, and his body was sent flying backward. Cultivation base breakthrough? How is that possible? One of the assassins shouted. Now let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming bellowed in rage. His aura was wild and his long spear swept out. The spear's radiance was like a mountain. Bang! Bang! The 2 6th grade Great Martial Master assassins were sent flying and slid for dozens of meters on the mountain. They were already half dead and couldn't move. Monster! What a monster! Let's go! The remaining 3 7th grade Great Martial Master Realm experts' expressions changed drastically. Without thinking, they actually turned around and ran. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He stared at one of them and chased after him. Ah! The assassin who was being chased by Lu Ming bellowed in shock. He realized that he was not as fast as Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming caught up with him. I'll fight you to the death. The assassin roared and charged at Lu Ming. Unfortunately, he was no match for Lu Ming. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the 4th grade Grandmaster realm, he could even put up a fight against an ordinary 8th grade Grandmaster, let alone him. He was completely suppressed. The assassin could only resist a dozen moves with all his might before he was pierced by Lu Ming's spear. After that, Lu Ming devoured the assassin's blood essence. He then turned around and killed the 2 6th grade Great Martial Master assassins, devouring their blood essence. A storage ring. Lu Ming realized that each of the assassins had a storage ring. Lu Ming put it away without any hesitation. Then, his figure moved, and he headed toward the deep mountains and old forests by the side. After running more than 30 miles in one go, Lu Ming finally stopped. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the battle just now, although he had achieved outstanding results, his injuries were not light. Duanmu family, I, Lu Ming, swear that I'm not a human being if I don't trample all of you. Lu Ming roared in his heart, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Chapter 193. The Golden Wolf Killer. Then, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and began to refine his blood essence to heal his injuries. At this moment, on a mountain peak 100 miles away from Lu Ming, a black-robed man wearing a golden wolf mask stood with his hands behind his back. His body was filled with cold killing intent. He was the Golden Wolf Killer of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, 2 figures, as fast as lightning, sprinted towards the mountain peak. When he arrived in front of the man with the golden wolf mask, He knelt down. What's going on? Where are the others? The man with the golden wolf mask said coldly. Sir, the rest of them are dead. They were killed by Lu Ming. The information we received is wrong. Lu Ming is not half crippled. One of the Silaverer wolf assassins said. Not crippled? Then, can he still use beast souls? The golden wolf killer asked. I don't think so. Although he killed so many of our people, Lu Ming's injuries are definitely not light. Under such circumstances, he did not use his beast soul. I think he must have used up all his beast souls. One of the Silaverer wolf killers speculated. Good, there's no beast soul. That's good. Lu Ming is dead for sure. The two of you, come with me to kill Lu Ming. The golden wolf killer ordered. Previously, he did not attack together with Lu Ming as he was afraid that Lu Ming still had beast souls on him. Hence, he sent someone to test him first. Now that it was confirmed that Lu Ming did not have a beast soul, he was about to make his move. Yes. The two Silaverer wolf killers responded. The three figures disappeared without a trace. In the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming was refining the blood essence with all his might. Fortunately, most of the injuries he had suffered were external injuries, so they were relatively easy to treat. When the blood essence turned into rolling energy and was refined by Lu Ming, his injuries healed rapidly. His muscles squirmed and the wound began to heal. Soon, Lu Ming's wound had begun to scab. This was also because Lu Ming's physical body had reached complete grade 2, which was why he could be so fast. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to be so fast. 2 days later, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered and his cultivation level had improved. I'm afraid the Shadow Wolf Pavilion won't give up so easily. They'll definitely send more people to hunt me down. I can't take the main road to the imperial capital. I'll travel along the barbaric mountains, where I can kill demonic beasts and improve my cultivation. I can also practice my martial arts. Lu Ming was deep in thought. After that, he left the Supreme Shrine, concealed his aura, and walked along the forest towards the imperial capital. However, not long after, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure coming from afar. Whoosh! A beam of light shot through the air. Within the light was a man wearing a golden wolf mask and a black robe. A martial grandmaster powerhouse, the golden wolf killer of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The golden wolf killers of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion were all powerhouses above the martial arts grandmaster level. Lu Ming could not defeat them at all. Let's go! Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming used his midair steps to its maximum and ran madly into the depths of the forest. Lu Ming, I don't know what method you've used, but you've been hiding for 2 days. Now, you finally can't hide anymore and have appeared. Let's see where you can run to this time. The golden wolf killer let out an ear-piercing sneer. Lu Ming ran wildly. He stepped on the trees and his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He was as fast as a phantom. However, the golden wolf killer was a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse. He could walk in the air at a speed that was beyond the scope of mortals. Lu Ming could not shake him off at all. Die! Buzz! A beam of sword chi pierced through the void and headed for Lu Ming. It was fast, ruthless, and its power was terrifying. Dodge, I have to dodge. Lu Ming growled. His body kept changing and he barely dodged the sword. However, he was also hit by the sword edge, and a part of his sleeve disappeared. You actually dodged my sword. What about now? The golden wolf killer sneered and waved his sword. Chi. There were more than a dozen sword chi, and each of them was extremely powerful. Ancient shield. Lu Ming shouted and an ancient shield appeared. Clang. The sword chi struck the shield, causing it to shake violently before exploding. Lu Ming's body was also sent flying back dozens of meters, crashing into a big tree that was large enough for a person to wrap his arms around. At this moment, the sound of air being torn could be heard. 2 figures were approaching at extreme speed. They were the 2 Silaverer wolf killers. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape this time. One of the Silaverer wolf killers laughed. Shadow Wolf Pavilion, I don't care who you are. As long as I, Lu Ming, am alive, I'll destroy the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming growled, turned around, and continued to run into the depths of the forest. You still want to destroy my Shadow Wolf Pavilion? How naive. The Golden Wolf Killer sneered and continued his pursuit in the sky. Behind the golden mask, a cold gaze was revealed. He was looking for an opportunity to kill in one strike. For a genius like Lu Ming, even someone as powerful as him did not dare to show the slightest neglect. Otherwise, he would most likely be the one who suffered. It's at this moment. The Golden Wolf Killer's eyes suddenly lit up. The sword in his hand glowed, and a bright and sharp sword chi pierced out. The Golden Wolf Killer had used all his strength in this strike, and it was unbelievably fast. Moreover, it seemed that he had already calculated Lu Ming's running route. It was as if Lu Ming was going to crash into the sword aura directly. Not good. Lu Ming's heart was beating rapidly and the hair on his body stood on end. At this moment, he could feel the aura of death. It was as if the Grim Reaper was pointing a sickle at him. I can't dodge it. Block it. I must block this sword. I can't die yet, he thought. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot. In an instant, the power of his blood meridian burst out. At the same time, an ancient shield appeared. Explode! Lu Ming thrust his long spear forward. The tip of the spear emitted a bright light, as if there was a bright star at the tip of Lu Ming's spear. A terrifying fluctuation burst out. This was the strongest move that Lu Ming could cast at the moment, and it blasted toward the sword chi above his head. Buzz! All of a sudden, a ray of white light flew out from the depths of the forest. Like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, it also blasted towards the Golden Wolf Killer's sword chi. Boom! Lu Ming's attack combined with the white light and collided with the Golden Wolf Killer's sword aura. Violent energy shot out in all directions, and the trees, flowers, and grass in the mountain forest were instantly crushed to pieces. Lu Ming felt a strong surge of energy and his body flew back dozens of meters. However, it had also blocked the Golden Wolf Killer's attack. Who helped me? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Who is it? You dare to block me? Are you looking for death? The Golden Wolf Killer roared. In the depths of the mountain forest, a white figure flashed out. The person who came was actually a young woman in a white dress. Her skin was like jade, and she was extremely beautiful. Seeing this woman, Lu Ming was shocked. He could not help but blurt out, "Xian Yanqing, it's you." The young woman's eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Ming and shouted, "Come with me." With that, her figure flickered, like a fairy from the 9 heavens, and she ran into the depths of the forest. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he quickly followed. Chapter 194. The Woman in White. You want to leave? None of you will be able to leave today. The Golden Wolf Killer roared and gave chase. Below him, the 2 Lavira Wolf Killers quickly followed behind. In just a dozen breaths, he had covered a few hundred meters and arrived at a forest of purple bamboo. At this point, the young woman stopped. "Xian Yanqing, let's go. The other party is a martial grandmaster. Even if we work together, we're no match for him." Lu Ming exclaimed softly. "I'm not Xian Yanqing." Suddenly, the young lady cast a glance at Lu Ming and said coldly. Lu Ming was stunned. Not Xian Yanqing? How was that possible? He looked exactly like Xian Yanqing. How could he not be? What was this girl up to this time? Wait a minute. That's not right. This woman is different from Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming took a closer look. Indeed, although this woman looked exactly the same as Xian Yanqing, there were still some differences. First of all, this woman should be older than Xian Yanqing by a year or two. Xian Yanqing looked younger than Lu Ming, while this woman was about the same age as Lu Ming. Also, the temperament was completely different. Xian Yanqing was like a little devil. This woman, on the other hand, had a calm expression, like a fairy who was above the common populace. How can there be 2 people so similar in this world? Lu Ming secretly sighed. Buzz! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The Golden Wolf Killer flew to the sky above the purple bamboo forest. Behind him, 2 Lavira Wolf Killers also rushed over. Haha, It turns out that she's such a beautiful lady. Good, good. It's a good time to kill this Lu Ming kid and have a good time. The golden wolf killer's eyes lit up when he saw the young woman's face, and then revealed a burning light. He secretly exclaimed that he was really lucky to be able to meet such a peerless beauty when he was chasing after Lu Ming. This trip was not a waste. You're looking for death. The golden wolf killer's words made the young woman's eyes flash with cold killing intent. Her originally cold face became even colder. Demon slaughtering array, rise. Suddenly, the young woman shouted and formed a seal with her hands. Runes appeared out of thin air and flew into the purple bamboo forest. Buzz! In the purple bamboo forest, there was a soft cry. Then, rays of white light shot into the sky. The white light gathered in the air and formed a white sword chi. As the sword chi moved, a shocking killing intent filled the air. Inscription formation. So you set up an inscription formation here. But so what if there is an inscription formation? You're just a Grandmaster realm martial artist. What can you do to me? The golden wolf killer sneered. Demon slaying formation, slay the demons. The young woman shouted and waved her hands. In the air, 3 white sword chi danced and made a terrible whistling sound, heading towards the golden wolf killer. Demon slaughtering array? Let's see who you can kill. Break. The golden wolf killer swung his sword, and 3 bright sword chi shot toward the white sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounded, but it did not break the young woman's inscription formation as the golden wolf killer had expected. The sword chi collided and disappeared together. How can he be so strong? The golden wolf killer was shocked. However, the young woman waved her hand again, and the white light in the purple bamboo forest grew brighter. In an instant, more than 10 white sword chi condensed in the air. Not good, you guys quickly retreat. The golden wolf killer's face changed and he shouted at the 2 Silavirer wolf killers. It's too late. The young woman's voice seemed to be emotionless and cold. As the voice fell, the white sword chi in the air also crossed the void. 2 shrieks were heard as the 2 7th-grade Great Martial Master Silavirer wolf assassins were pierced by the sword chi and died in the forest. At the same time, more sword chi rushed towards the golden wolf killer. Detestable! The golden wolf killer roared in anger. With a flash of blood-red light, a giant black wolf appeared. There were 8 blood-red chakras on the huge wolf's body. This was the 2nd bloodline awakening of the golden wolf killer. The 2nd bloodline was a level 8 ordinary bloodline. With the eruption of his bloodline, the golden wolf killer's combat strength increased greatly, and he slashed out a dozen times in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, sword chi crisscrossed. Streaks of black sword chi and white sword chi clashed, and terrifying sword chi shot out in all directions. Demon slaughtering array, God slaying. Go! The young woman shouted. Dazzling white light spread out from her body, making her look extremely holy. In the purple bamboo forest, the inscription formation was even more powerful. The sword chi seemed to appear endlessly, bombarding the golden wolf killer. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream. Blood splattered everywhere as one of the golden wolf killer's arms was cut off. The golden wolf killer howled and became one with his sword. He turned into a bright sword light and shot up into the sky, out of the attack range of the inscription formation. Damn it! I'll remember today's great enmity. The 2 of you will face the endless pursuit of my shadow wolf pavilion. The golden wolf killer roared, filled with endless killing intent. Then, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. What a pity! The young woman sighed softly, as if it was a pity that she couldn't make him stay. However, Lu Ming was extremely shocked. This woman's methods were truly astonishing. He had actually used an inscription formation to cut off one of the golden wolf killer's arms. Although the golden wolf killer's cultivation was at the 1st level of the martial ancestor realm. However, this woman's cultivation was only at the 6th grade Great Master realm. The gap between a martial grandmaster and a martial grandmaster was huge and difficult to cross. What a terrifying formation! Who is this woman? Lu Ming pondered secretly. All right, the other party has already left. You should leave too. The young woman looked at Lu Ming with her beautiful eyes. Her voice was still cold, like an unapproachable fairy. "May I know why you saved me?" Lu Ming said. He was a little curious. He had never met this woman before, so why did she spend so much effort to save him and even fight with a martial arts grandmaster? He didn't think that he had such great charm, and from the young woman's expression, it didn't seem to be because of his charm. Woo-woo. At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed from the depths of the purple bamboo forest. No, that wasn't lightning. It was a leopard, a lightning leopard. Lightning leopard. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that when he had just joined the mystical sword sect, he had let go of a lightning leopard cub and obtained a little lightning leopard blood during the assessment. Although the lightning leopard in front of him wasn't a cub, it was still very young and similar to the lightning leopard cub from before. Woo-woo. When the lightning leopard appeared, it glared at Lu Ming and barked a few times. Then, it moved closer to Lu Ming and rubbed its head against his thigh. Are you the one from back then?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Woo-woo. The lightning leopard nodded. It really was the lightning leopard cub from back then. What a coincidence. "If you hadn't saved little Sean once, would I have saved you this time?" The young woman's voice sounded. Chapter 195. Cultivating in the Mountains. The young woman's voice was very cold as she continued. "If it wasn't for little Sean recognizing you just now, I wouldn't have saved you. This is good. You saved little Sean once, and I saved you once. We don't owe each other anything." Lu Ming was speechless. This woman was too arrogant and cold. At the same time, Lu Ming understood that the reason why she had saved him was that the lightning leopard had discovered him. "No matter what. This time, it's you who saved me." Lu Ming is grateful. "I'll take my leave." Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave. "Wait a moment." Unexpectedly, the young woman called out. "What's the matter, miss?" Lu Ming turned around. "I heard you call me Xian Yanqing. You're his friend, right?" The young woman asked. "Friend?" Lu Ming could not help but recall his relationship with Xian Yanqing. When Xian Yanqing saw him, he would be considered lucky if he didn't attack him. How could he be a friend? Lu Ming shook his head. "I've only met Xian Yanqing once. We can't be considered friends." "I don't care if you're her friend or not. The next time you see her, help me tell her not to keep thinking about surpassing me, because that's just a waste of time." "It's impossible," the young woman said. Her voice was filled with confidence and a sense of superiority. At the sight of this expression, Lu Ming did not know why, but he felt uncomfortable. "May I know your relationship with Xian Yanqing? If I see her, I'll definitely tell her." Lu Ming said calmly, his voice turning cold. "I'm Xian Yanjuan, her sister." The young woman said. As expected, no wonder they look exactly the same. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, apart from their looks, the two sisters were very different in other aspects. "All right, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion will definitely send more people to this place. I'm leaving, so you should leave too," Xian Yanjuan said indifferently. "Young lady, why don't you go first? I'll leave in a while," Lu Ming said. "Do as you please," Xian Yanjuan said indifferently. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at the two Silavira wolf killers' bodies. She turned around and left, her white dress fluttering like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Is something left behind by a 7th grade great martial master not worth mentioning in her eyes? But I'm not going to miss this. Lu Ming walked toward the two Silavira wolf killers' corpses. He devoured the blood essence of the two and took off their storage rings. With a swift movement, Lu Ming left the place and headed deep into the forest. In the mountain forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. Lu Ming walked for more than 100 miles, then with a thought, he entered the supreme shrine and began to refine the blood essence. Not long after, the two 7th grade grandmasters' blood meridians were refined by Lu Ming. His cultivation had also reached the middle stage of the 7th grade grandmaster realm. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming began to organize the storage rings that he had obtained from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins. There were a total of 8. In the end, he received more than 60 million taels of Silavira. Silavira was only a small number. The most important thing was the spiritual crystals. After sorting them out, there were more than 23,000 pieces. In addition to the previous ones, Lu Ming had nearly 40,000 pieces of spiritual crystals. Other than Silavira and spirit crystals, the rest were miscellaneous items that were not of much help to Lu Ming. Is this a disguise? Suddenly, Lu Ming found a disguise among the clothes and other miscellaneous items. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion was an assassin organization, and they often had to disguise themselves to assassinate people. It was normal for them to have a disguise on them. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that the disguise was of very good quality. It should be made from the skin of a demon beast. Lu Ming put on his disguise. There was no feeling at all, as if he was not wearing it, because it was very light. I wonder how the effect is? Let's go out and take a look. Lu Ming walked out of the Supreme Shrine and found a pool in the forest. He shone his light on the pool and saw a dark-skinned, cold-looking young man in his 20s. What an amazing disguise. He's a completely different person. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that the disguise was tightly stuck to his face. He could not tell that he was wearing a disguise. Then change it again. With a single thought, Lu Ming's body crackled and his bone armor wriggled. In the end, Lu Ming's height actually increased by a little and his figure became a little bullier. This was something that could only be done when Lu Ming's physical body had reached complete second grade. It could cause slight changes to his physical body. Although the change was not huge, with the help of the disguise, Lu Ming seemed to have completely changed into a different person. Even his closest people would not be able to recognize him. Good. This way, I won't have to worry about the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's pursuit. Moreover, no one will recognize me if I go to the imperial capital. It'll be more convenient for me to investigate my father's matter. Lu Ming pondered. Next, Lu Ming continued to head deep into the mountains. According to his previous plan, he would cultivate while heading to the imperial capital. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had three main directions. One was the comprehension of the force of fire, the other was the soaring steps, and the last was the ancient shield art. Roar! 7 days later, a Class 6 Level 3 demonic beast covered in scales was pierced through the throat by Lu Ming's spear. It fell to the ground with a roar. His spirit-devouring bloodline activated and devoured the demonic beast's blood essence. At the same time, the demonic pill appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming used all the blood essence to increase the level of his blood vessels, while the demonic core was used to increase his cultivation. Just like that, he hunted demonic beasts as he made his way to the imperial capital. A month later, a gale sparrow flapped its wings in the air and fled frantically. Behind it, Lu Ming stepped on the void and followed closely behind it like lightning. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming's body seemed to be weightless as he floated in the air. After flying for a few hundred meters, Lu Ming's figure slowly descended. After landing, Lu Ming stepped on the tip of a big tree and his body shot up into the sky like an arrow, chasing after the gale sparrow. The gale sparrow was so frightened that it screeched and flew around desperately. However, no matter what it did, it could not get rid of Lu Ming. Ha ha ha! Lu Ming laughed heartily. After flying for a few miles, he landed on the peak of a mountain and sat down cross-legged. After more than a month of hard work, Lu Ming's Midair steps had reached the peak of the 5th level. He was only a step away from the 6th level. Just now, when he was chasing the gale sparrow, he suddenly had an epiphany. The wind is invisible, but it is everywhere. Wind, light and agile, erratic yet swift as lightning. Lu Ming closed his eyes and started to comprehend quietly. The principle of airwalk was to use the genuine qi in one's body to resonate with the wind and air to achieve the purpose of riding the wind for a short time. Lu Ming smiled as he felt the breeze from the top of the mountain. A green breeze surrounded his body, spinning slowly. Lu Ming's body was as light as a feather, as if he would be blown away by the wind at any time. After an unknown amount of time. Buzz! Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward. There was a cliff in front of him, but Lu Ming seemed to be walking on the ground. He walked forward step by step. Chapter 196: The Wind and the Capital of the Burning Sun Kingdom. Lu Ming put his hands behind his back and walked in the air as if he was walking on flat ground. I finally reached the 6th level of the soaring steps, martial arts and human as one. There was a faint smile on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming was only a 4th grade great martial master, and had only become a great martial master not long ago. Yet, he had already cultivated a black grade high-level martial arts technique to the state of being one with martial arts. If this news were to spread, many people's jaws would drop. It seems that I'm indeed a peerless genius. Lu Ming laughed smugly. In the past, he had the sound of chanting, which allowed him to cultivate his martial arts techniques at a rapid speed. However, the sound of chanting had disappeared. Lu Ming only fought with him every day, and his cultivation speed did not slow down. It was clear that Lu Ming's own talent was extremely shocking. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming took one step at a time. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, crossing the void. In the blink of an eye, he was a few hundred meters away. However, there was no sign of him falling. Lu Ming continued to walk in the air. There was a faint feeling of lightness and uncertainty about his body. Wind force, is this the wind force? Lu Ming muttered to himself. Previously, when he had comprehended and broken through the sky steps, he had taken advantage of the situation and comprehended a little bit of wind force. Although it was only a superficial one, Lu Ming was already ecstatic. Normal people only had the right to comprehend it at the martial ancestor realm. However, Lu Ming's fire force had already reached the initial success stage, and he had even comprehended the second kind of energy. Wind force. In the future, when wind and fire were combined, the power would definitely be even more shocking. He circulated the force of the wind and combined it with the soaring steps, causing the power of the soaring steps to reach an astonishing level. Lu Ming stepped on the air and walked for a full 2 kilometers before he slowly landed. Originally, even if he had cultivated his sky steps to the 6th level, it would be considered good if he could walk 1,000 meters in the air. Gah! All of a sudden, a screech came from below. Then, a golden goshawk soared up. With a flap of its wings, golden feathers shot toward Lu Ming like golden divine swords. A Class 7 Level 3 demonic beast, the golden feathered goshawk. Finally, I've encountered a decent demonic beast. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The next moment, 2 ancient shields appeared in front of Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! The golden feathers hit the shield, making a sound of metal hitting metal and sparks flying in the air. However, the shield in front of Lu Ming did not move. Kill! Wind and fire! Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. The spear carried a scorching aura. At the same time, with the help of the momentum of the wind helped the fire, causing Lu Ming's long spear to completely turn into a flaming long spear. The spear broke through all obstacles and pierced into the golden-feathered goshawk's chest. The violent energy instantly tore the golden feather goshawk's internal organs apart. The golden feather goshawk let out a sharp cry and stopped breathing. He had killed a Class 7 Level 3 demonic beast with one spear strike. The power of the combination of wind and fire is actually so shocking. Lu Ming's face was filled with surprise. Right now, wind force was only at the beginning, and he had only comprehended a tiny bit of it. It could be imagined that if his comprehension of wind force became more and more profound, when combined with fire force, the power it displayed would definitely be greater. However, wind and fire are supposed to complement each other, which is why they can be combined so easily. If they were 2 opposing forces, it would not be so easy to combine them. Lu Ming was very clear. Moreover, this was only a preliminary combination. They were only supporting each other and not a true fusion. Now, I finally have some ability to protect myself when facing a martial arts grandmaster. Lu Ming thought to himself. In the past, when he faced a martial arts grandmaster, he would not be able to escape even if he used all his strength. However, Lu Ming had more confidence now. Lu Ming continued to cultivate as he made his way to the imperial capital. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. Hence, he spent another half a month before he arrived at the imperial capital. In front of them, a huge object appeared. It was boundless and stretched across the world as if it had existed since ancient times. When he walked in, he realized that it was even bigger. The black city wall was 100 meters tall and extended into the sky. He couldn't even see how long the city wall was. It seemed to be endless. It was said that the capital of the Blazing Sun Kingdom was 100 miles long in the east, west, south, and north. It was extremely majestic. On the city wall stood rows of soldiers in armor. Every soldier exuded a powerful aura. The capital of the Burning Sun Empire was the largest city in the empire. It was the core of the imperial family's power. It was said that 800 years ago, the Burning Sun royal family was the most powerful force in the Sun Empire. All the major sects had to bow down to the royal family. At that time, the Burning Sun royal family ruled the world. The Burning Sun Empire ruled over 10,000 cities, and their strength was at its peak. Unfortunately, the Burning Sun Empire's royal family had internal strife and endless wars. Later on, their strength weakened, and the sect rose. Especially the 10-Direction Sword School, they had taken control of the royal family and their strength had increased to a terrifying level. The Burning Sun royal family would not be able to make a comeback. Right now, the people of the Blazing Sun Empire only cared about the 5 great sections. The influence of the imperial family was already very weak. Lu Ming walked along the main road and entered the imperial capital. The streets of the imperial capital were extremely wide, and even if 10 carriages were to travel side by side, it would not be a problem. On both sides of the street, there were shops, elixir stores, weapon refining pavilions, and so on. It was not something that Fiery Wind City could compare to. Even Profound Sword City could not compare to it. The streets were bustling with people. Lu Ming looked around curiously as he walked forward. The capital of the Burning Sun Kingdom is so big. How should I investigate my father's news? Lu Ming pondered. For a moment, he had no clue at all. Hua Qi said that he's in the imperial capital, so perhaps he's someone from the imperial capital. If I can find him and ask him about the specific situation in the imperial capital and the division of power, it'll be of great help to my next operation. However, what made Lu Ming dumbfounded was that he had no idea how to find Hua Qi. Forget it. There's a lot of information in the restaurant. Let's go to the restaurant first. We'll find out more information while we eat. Lu Ming was planning to look for a restaurant when the streets were in chaos. Not good. Hua Jie is here to walk his war beast again. What? Hurry up and run. On the streets, the crowd was in chaos. The crowd ran away, all of them with fear on their faces. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening beast's roar was heard. Then, at the end of the street, a huge creature was running towards them. It was a demonic beast, 3 meters tall and 6 to 7 meters long. Its body was covered in fiery red scales, and it was running wildly on the street with a murderous aura. First class 3rd level, armor-breaking beast. Lu Ming recognized the demonic beast's origin and level at one glance. Haha, charge, hurry up and charge. Behind the armor-breaking beasts, there was a group of people on horses, shouting loudly. As the armor-breaking beast ran, the pedestrians on the street retreated at the sight of it. Even some experts at the Grandmaster Realm and above had their expressions change and quickly retreated to the side. Mother, where are you? Ling Er is scared. Suddenly, in the middle of the street, a little girl's cry rang out. Chapter 197 Releasing Beasts to Eat People. In the middle of the street, a little girl of 4 or 5 years old with pigtails was crying with a stick of candied haws in her hand. The armor-breaking beast was charging at the little girl. Ling Er, who will save my Ling Er? Not far away, a woman screamed in fear and ran towards the little girl. However, she was obviously not a martial artist, so there was no time at all. None of the other martial artists in the surroundings made a move. The eyes of those martial artists were filled with fear. Roar! The armor-breaking beast clearly saw the little girl. With a roar and a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes, it ran toward the little girl. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to the little girl. The armor-breaking beast opened its mouth and bit the little girl. Its huge mouth was big enough to swallow a little girl. Behind them, the people on the horses laughed. Armor breaker, enjoy it! A young man in a gold-threaded robe shouted excitedly. At this moment, the little girl had already forgotten to cry. She was just staring blankly at him. Clearly she was shocked.
Ling Er.
The woman let out a shrill cry. Lu Ming frowned. They actually released beasts to eat people on the streets. Was this still the imperial city? Just as the armor-breaking beast was about to bite the little girl, Lu Ming moved. His figure swayed slightly and he appeared beside the little girl. He reached out to hold the little girl and drifted backward. Roar! Seeing that the fat meat in its mouth had been snatched away, the armor-breaking beast roared angrily and pounced at Lu Ming with a murderous look in its eyes. Get lost! Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened and he shouted loudly. A fiendish aura that was stronger than the armor-breaking beast's burst out. The armor-breaking beast roared with fear in its eyes. Like a frightened puppy, it ran away. Who's there? You dare to stop this young master's war beast from eating? You're courting death. A furious roar rang out. Ta-ta-ta. 7 or 8 war horses galloped over. The person in the lead was the young man in the gold-threaded robe. The young man's face was slightly pale. His eyes were malicious as he stared at Lu Ming coldly. Roar! The armor-splitting beast stood in front of the golden-robed young man. It seemed to have grown bolder and growled at Lu Ming. Little sister, are you all right? Lu Ming did not even look at the other party. Instead, he smiled at the little girl in his arms. I'm fine, Ling Er is fine. Thank you, big brother. The little girl said obediently. At this moment, the woman had already run over. To Lu Ming's surprise, the woman did not look at the little girl immediately. Instead, she knelt down in front of the golden-robed young man and shouted, Little prince, I beg you to let Ling Er go. Ling Er is only 5 years old. Bitch, go to the side and die. Beside the golden-robed young man, a thin-faced young man shouted coldly. He pulled out the soft whip in his hand and whipped the woman's body. Immediately, a bloody mark appeared on the woman's body, and blood oozed out, dyeing her clothes red. Mother! The little girl shouted. However, the woman ignored him and struggled to get up. She continued to kowtow to the young man in the golden robe and shouted, Little prince, I beg you, please do a good deed and let Ling Er go. Thump, thump, thump. The woman's forehead hit the ground. Her forehead was broken and blood flowed out. What's the use of kowtowing? That little girl is dead for sure. That's right, how can the food that the Wuxia war beast has its eyes on be settled by kowtowing? It's a pity for that young man. He probably just arrived at the imperial capital, but he actually interfered in this matter. I'm afraid his end will be miserable. He can only blame his bad luck. Whispers came from the surroundings. His voice was very soft as he was afraid that Wuxia would hear him. However, what was Lu Ming's cultivation level? He still heard every single word. But he just smiled. The woman continued to kowtow. On the warhorse, the golden-robed young man, Wuxia, furrowed his brows. His narrow eyes were filled with killing intent. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? The thin-faced young man's face revealed a ferocious expression as he whipped the woman again. Lu Ming frowned. He reached out and grabbed the soft whip. Brat, how dare you interfere when I didn't look for you? Now, kneel down and slap yourself 100 times. Put down this little girl obediently and get lost. The thin-faced young man pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Lu Ming's eyes darkened and he looked at the thin-faced young man coldly. Kid, why aren't you letting go? All right, since that's the case, you'll also become food for my young master's war beast. The thin-faced young man pulled on the soft whip, but found that it didn't move at all, so he immediately shouted again. Do you usually feed your war beasts with humans? Lu Ming asked coldly. So what if I am? These lowlifes are just like ants. To be able to become the food of my young master's war beast, it's their good fortune that they've cultivated for several lifetimes. The thin-faced young man shouted arrogantly. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. What are you talking about? Hurry up and kill this kid. Can't you see that Armorbreaker is hungry? At this moment, Wuxia said indifferently. There was a hint of impatience in his voice. The thin-faced young man's expression changed drastically. He looked at Lu Ming ferociously and shouted, Brat, then I'll send you on your way. With that, he leaped off his warhorse and pounced at Lu Ming like an eagle. His momentum was not weak. First grade Great Martial Master Realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This thin-faced young man was not even 30 years old, but his cultivation was already at the first grade Great Martial Master Realm. However, in front of Lu Ming, it was not enough. He flicked the soft whip in his hand, and a powerful true qi burst out and rushed along the soft whip. The thin-faced young man was still holding the soft whip in one hand. He suddenly felt a surge of power from the soft whip. This power rushed into his palm and almost caused it to explode. A terrifying wound appeared. He also let go of the soft whip. Buzz! Lu Ming swung the soft whip like a snake. It rolled out and wrapped around the thin-faced young man's neck. Then, with a swing, the thin-faced young man fell to the ground heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. With just one move, the thin-faced first-grade Great Martial Master Realm young man was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Gasps could be heard all around. So powerful. He settled it in one move. What's so amazing about it? He dared to beat up Hua Jie's men. He's finished. It seems that this young man is indeed here for the first time. You're right. Hua Jie will never let him go. At this moment, the thin-faced young man let out an ear-piercing scream. Oh, really? Since that's the case, I'll feed you to the demonic beasts. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He flicked the soft whip in his hand and the thin-faced young man's body flew towards the armor-breaking beast. At the same time, the blood on the thin-faced young man's hand also splashed into the armor-breaking beast's mouth. Stimulated by the blood qi, the armor-breaking beast let out a roar, and the bloodthirsty light in its eyes became even stronger. Roar! With a roar, it opened its bloody mouth and bit at the thin-faced young man. No, don't! The thin-faced young man was so scared that his soul almost flew away as he frantically shouted. Ling-er, don't look! Lu Ming blocked the little girl's eyes. Puchi! The armor-breaking beast bit off one of the thin-faced young man's arms. Chapter 198 An Eye for an Eye. Ah! The thin-faced young man let out a shrill scream. Roar! The armor-breaking beast roared, and its bloodthirsty light became even more intense. Armor breaker, stop! Hua Jie roared on his war horse. However, the armor-breaking beast had bitten off one of its arms. The stimulation of its blood made it go berserk. It ignored Hua Jie's words and continued to pounce on the thin-faced young man. Ah, help! Help! The thin-faced young man screamed and wanted to escape, but he was wrapped by the soft whip and could not escape at all. Lu Ming pulled the soft whip and the thin-faced young man flew toward him. The armor-breaking beast roared and continued to pounce. Lu Ming put the little girl down and took a step forward, pressing his palm on the armor-breaking beast's head. Boom! The armor-breaking beast's huge body was pressed down on the ground by Lu Ming, causing cracks to appear on the ground. The armor-breaking beast roared and struggled, but it was to no avail. The thin-faced young man shouted. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. There was some doubt in his eyes. He did not know why Lu Ming wanted to save him. Don't misunderstand, I don't mean to save you. I just want you to feel what it's like to be eaten by a demonic beast. Lu Ming said indifferently, his voice void of any emotion. No, don't, please let me go. The thin-faced young man screamed. Let you go? No, to be able to become the food of your family's young master's demonic beast. It's a blessing that you've cultivated for several lifetimes. I must fulfill your wish. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This sentence was what the thin-faced young man had said just now. No, I'm just talking nonsense. Just take it as a fart and let it go. The thin-faced young man said in a trembling voice. Enough. On his warhorse, Hua Jie's face was extremely gloomy. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Brat, this farce ends here. 3 breaths, in 3 breaths. Destroy your own cultivation and kowtow to me 18 times. Then, I'll let today's matter rest. His words surprised the people around him. Hua Jie was willing to let Lu Ming go. This was a rare occurrence. It seemed that Hua Jie was a little afraid of Lu Ming. Hua Jie sat on his warhorse and looked down at Lu Ming. In his opinion, he was already doing Lu Ming a great favor by offering such a condition. However, Lu Ming did not seem to appreciate it.
All of you, get out of my sight now, and I'll let this go.
Lu Ming shouted. This made the surrounding people dumbfounded. Tell Huajie to get lost? It seemed that he really knew nothing about Huajie's identity.
At the side, the woman held Ling tightly and shivered as if she was extremely afraid.
Huajie was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he laughed and said, "Tell me to get lost? Ha ha ha, good. Now, you have lost your only chance to live. Kill him." Yes. Behind Huajie, 6 figures jumped off their war horses. The 6 middle-aged men's eyes were bright, and as they rose, their auras exploded. They were all great martial masters. The weakest of them was at the 2nd grade Great Martial Master realm, while the strongest had reached the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm. 3 2nd grade Great Martial Masters and 3 3rd grade Great Martial Masters joined forces, and their might was astonishing. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. However, Lu Ming only glanced at them indifferently and then waved his palm. On his palm, there was a flash of spirit. Lu Ming had already incorporated the force of the wind into it, making his palm move at an unbelievable speed. Pa pa pa. The crowd only heard 6 slaps and then saw the 6 burly men flying back at a speed faster than their pounce. They fell heavily on the ground like 6 broken gunny sacks. Everyone saw that the left side of each of the 6 burly men's face was swollen, and a palm print could be clearly seen. Cc goo. The sound of cold gasps rang out. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they looked on in shock. A single slap had sent 6 great experts flying. They were all 2nd or 3rd grade Great Martial Masters. Lu Ming looked to be in his 20s, but he was so terrifying. Where did this young expert come from? It was too shocking. The thin-faced young man was stunned, and his eyes were filled with despair. Even the armor-breaking beast was shocked. The bloodlust in its eyes receded and was replaced by fear as it kept retreating. Huajie was also stunned. After a while, he finally reacted and shouted angrily, "Little bastard, you still dare to fight back? You're dead. I'm going to chop you up and feed you to the demonic beasts. They all want my life, and I can't even fight back?" Lu Ming sneered. His eyes were cold as he walked toward Huajie. It was ridiculous. He really did not know what Huajie was thinking. Did he think that he was born nobler than others, that he could insult others and take their lives at will, and others could not fight back and just wait for him to take them away? It was laughable. What do you want to do? Huajie's face was extremely gloomy. The murderous intent in his eyes was so strong that it could not be dispersed. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. What do you want? Don't you like to feed other people's lives to those animals of yours? I really want to know, when you become that beast's food, what kind of expression will you have? Lu Ming walked toward Huajie step by step and smiled faintly. You dare? Do you know who I am? If you dare to do this, I'll exterminate your entire family. Huajie shouted. Who are you? It's none of my business. Lu Ming replied indifferently. So you don't know who I am? Let me tell you, I'm the son of the Heavenly King. Don't you know that my father is the Heavenly King? If you kneel down and admit your mistake now, you can still live. Huajie continued to shout, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. It turned out that Lu Ming did not know his identity. Now that he had revealed his identity, he believed that Lu Ming would be scared to death. However, he was disappointed. Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He did not even bat an eye. It seemed that the Heavenly King's name had no effect on Lu Ming. Huajie's expression changed. It was extremely ugly and he was flustered. Gritting his teeth, Huajie said, "All right, just you wait. I will not let you off. Let's go." Leave? Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. He moved and appeared in front of Huajie. Kid, don't be so ungrateful. I swear if you dare to touch me today, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Huajie roared. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Then I'll have to try even more. Lu Ming's palm glowed red and he grabbed at Huajie. Stop, young man. Let me give you a piece of advice. My young master is not someone you can provoke.
The 6 burly men rushed over again and one of them roared. "You don't know your place."
Oh. Lu Ming used his finger as a spear and stabbed out. 6 spear lights burst out.
Bang bang.
The 6 burly men roared and tried their best to block, but it was useless. They were once again sent flying and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Hua Jie's expression changed.
"Now, no one can stop me."
Lu Ming clawed at Hua Jie.
Ah!
Hua Jie bellowed and wanted to resist. However, all his attacks were destroyed in an instant. Lu Ming grabbed his throat. In fact, he had no intention of killing Hua Jie from the very beginning. The main reason he came to the imperial city was to investigate his father. If he killed Hua Jie, the Heavenly King would definitely go crazy, and it would be difficult for him to stay in the imperial city. Now, he was only teaching Hua Jie a lesson. The enmity he had created was only between Hua Jie and the younger generation. The Heavenly King was too embarrassed to interfere. At least on the surface, she was embarrassed. Lu Ming was not afraid of the younger generation.
"Damn it, I swear I'll kill you no matter who you are."
Hua Jie was roaring in his heart, but he did not dare to voice it out for fear that Lu Ming would come back. "Whoever dares to spread the word about what happened today, I will kill his entire family." After Lu Ming had gone far away, Hua Jie looked at the crowd around him and shouted angrily. The crowd was disdainful. This Hua Jie was really a bully. He peed his pants in front of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming left, he started to show off his might again. However, they were not as bold as Lu Ming and could only nod their heads. "Let's go!" Hua Jie called out and left in a hurry. He needed to find a place to change his pants. Lu Ming did not look for a restaurant in this area. He planned to walk further and find a place to rest. "Brother, please wait." After walking for a while, he suddenly heard a shout from behind. Lu Ming was curious. He stopped and turned around. Behind him, 2 people were striding toward him. There were 2 young people and a woman. She was about 18 or 19 years old and was slightly older than Lu Ming. She was very beautiful. There was also a young man around 15 or 16 years old. He looked similar to the woman, with red lips and white teeth. He was very handsome. Lu Ming's eyebrows moved slightly. He did not know these 2 people. He did not know why they were looking for him. Could they be Hua Jie's men? "Are you 2 looking for me?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right. I'm Ming Zhu, and I admire you for teaching Hua Jie a lesson earlier. That's why I'd like to get to know you." The young woman cupped her fists. "My name is Ming Feng. My name is Ming Feng. What's your name, brother?" It was so satisfying just now. I wanted to help, but my sister stopped me. The youth called out, appearing very lively. Their eyes were pure and they had no ill intentions. What they wanted to say was true. "I'm Tian Yun," Lu Ming muttered to himself. Tian Yun was the reverse of Lu Yuntian's name. Since he had changed his appearance, he naturally had to change his name as well. "So it's Brother Tian. Brother Tian, you look young, but your cultivation is so profound that it's truly admirable. You're not afraid of Hua Jie at all, and you even attacked him. I'm ashamed of you." Ming Zhu said. "You're too polite. It was just a small effort just now. It's nothing." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Big brother Tian Yun, you're too humble. I don't have that kind of cultivation. Otherwise, I would have taught that Hua Jie a lesson. Ha ha ha, he actually peed his pants just now. That was really fun. It will definitely cause a sensation in the imperial capital in the future." Ming Feng laughed loudly. He was really good at pulling strings and directly called him Big Brother Tian Yun. Lu Ming did not mind. He just smiled. "Brother Tian, this should be your first time coming to the imperial city, right?" Ming Zhu asked. "Not bad." Lu Ming nodded. Ming Zhu nodded her head, and with an expression that said, "As expected," she continued. "Brother Tian, even though that Hua Jie is a good-for-nothing rich kid and is not worth mentioning, his father is the Heavenly Suppression King. You must be careful." "Heavenly King Zhen? Is he very strong?" Lu Ming asked. To be honest, He had not heard of the Heavenly Suppression King before.
Strong, of course he's strong. A hint of fear flashed in Mingzhu's eyes, and she said, Heavenly Suppression King is the elder brother of the current emperor.
His cultivation is extremely profound, and he is in charge of more than half of the world's military power. He has never been defeated. It is said that his relationship with the 10 Direction Sword School is also extraordinary.
Oh, he's really an important person.
Lu Ming smiled slightly, showing no fear. Chapter 200 General Star Hall. Even if he knew what kind of person the Heavenly King was, he would still do what he had to do. Seeing Lu Ming's calm demeanor, she was secretly impressed. Big brother Tianyun, are you also here to join the General Star Hall? Ming Feng suddenly asked.
General Star's Hall?
Lu Ming was stunned and full of doubts. That's right. The General Stars Hall is a place established by the royal family to specially gather all the geniuses in the world. It's the place with the most geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire, aside from the 5 great sects. Ming Feng replied.
There's actually such a place.
Lu Ming's expression changed.
Brother Tian, if you've come to the Imperial City to handle some matters, then you'll be leaving very soon.
That's fine, but if you plan on staying permanently in the Imperial City, then I'd mind if you join the General Star Hall. The General Stars Hall was built by the previous emperors of the Blazing Sun Empire. It has been used to this day.
As long as you join the General Stars Hall, the Heavenly Suppression King and the other elders will have no reason to interfere.
At most, only the younger generation will be able to interfere. Mingzhu introduced. Mingzhu then explained what was going on with the General Stars Hall. It was very simple. It was the place where the royal family gathered all the heroes of the world and trained generals, so it was called the General Star Hall. Many people who came out of the General Star Hall would become great generals. Lu Ming was tempted. Joining the General Star Hall might be a good choice. By joining the General Star Hall, he would at least have a temporary place to stay. Moreover, the General Star Hall was considered a very important place in the imperial capital, so he might be able to obtain some important information. I wonder what are the conditions to join the General Star Hall? Lu Ming asked. There's almost no requirement. There's only one condition, and that's talent. As long as you have talent, the General Stars Hall will take you in, no matter what your identity is, where you came from, what your cultivation is, whether you are the son of a king, a minister, or a commoner. Mingzhu said. It's so loose. Lu Ming was shocked and in disbelief. Big brother Tianyun, let me tell you. There's a saying that the Burning Sun royal family is not willing to be controlled by the 10 Direction Sword School and wants to cultivate their own power. That's why they built the General Stars Hall, and the conditions are so low. Ming Feng whispered. Oh. Lu Ming was deep in thought. It seemed that the relationship between the 10 Direction Sword School and the royal family was quite delicate. Brother Tian, the General Star Hall will open its doors to recruit a batch of people every month. The day after tomorrow is the day of the monthly recruitment. Brother Tian, you can go and give it a try. Mingzhu said. Big brother Tianyun, let me tell you something. My sister is also a member of the General Star Hall. As for me, I'm going to join the General Star Hall the day after tomorrow. We'll be there together then. Ming Feng shouted. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then take care, brother Tian. We'll meet the day after tomorrow. Mingzhu cupped her hands and left with Ming Feng. After that, Lu Ming continued to turn around. He turned a few streets before he found a restaurant and checked in. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days passed by peacefully, and nothing happened. 2 days later, Lu Ming walked out of the restaurant. The General Star Hall was extremely famous in the imperial capital. He only needed to ask around to find out its exact location. Lu Ming headed to the General Stars Hall. The General Star Hall was located in the northernmost part of the imperial capital. There were continuous mountains and numerous halls there, and one could not see the end of them with a glance. The gate of the General Star Hall was very majestic. There were 2 bronze Qilin statues standing on both sides of the gate. At the gate, there were more than a dozen burly men standing straight, exuding a strong and fierce aura. Obviously, they were all experts, and they were all great martial master experts.
In front of the door, there was a table, and a white-haired old man was there to register.
People came and went at the main entrance. Many of them were senior students of the General Star Hall. Those who joined the General Star Hall were all called students. There were also some who, like Lu Ming, were newcomers who intended to join the General Star's Hall.
Big Brother Tianyun. Lu Ming had just arrived when he heard a shout.
Ming Feng and Mingzhu walked over.
Good morning.
Lu Ming smiled and greeted him.
It seems that not many people have come. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and smiled.
The General Star's Hall recruits a batch of people every month, so there aren't many people. On average, there are about 100 people every month. Mingzhu explained.
Show me your bloodline. At this moment, a young man came to the front of the old man and the old man said indifferently. Swish!
With a flash of bloody light, a tall brown bear appeared with 3 blood-red chakras. 3rd level blood meridian, sure. What's your name? The old man asked.
Feng Wei.
The young man said. Then, the old man took out a jade token and wrote a few inscriptions on it. He handed the token to the young man and said, All right, this is your identity jade card. You are now a student of the General Star Hall. The youth revealed a happy expression as he took the jade token and walked into the General Star Hall. Lu Ming was stunned. Isn't this procedure too simple? He asked.
It's that simple.
Mingzhu said with a smile. Then wouldn't there be disciples from the 5 great sects in the General Star Hall? Lu Ming asked curiously. Yes, of course there are disciples from the 5 major sections. There are quite a few of them. Some of them have come here to join the General Star Hall, some for cultivation, some for experience. However, after joining the General Star Hall, the General Star Hall will still have certain measures. Mingzhu explained. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. One by one, the young men went to register. Lu Ming realized that as long as one's blood meridian was above level 2, they could join the General Star's Hall.
Kid, it's you.
Suddenly, a voice filled with killing intent was heard. Lu Ming turned around. The corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a cold smile. It was Hua Jie. At this moment, Hua Jie had changed into a long Esai Lavira robe with a jade belt around his waist. He was staring at Lu Ming coldly. Beside him, a few young men followed him and walked over. Brat, you actually dare to stay in the imperial capital and even think of joining the General Star Hall? Just as well, don't leave today. Hua Jie said gloomily. Haha, isn't this the young prince? What a coincidence, eh? You've changed your pants, why do you still smell? Lu Ming's nose twitched and he said with a smile. You're looking for death. Hua Jie's face instantly turned red as he shouted with a ferocious look. This was the greatest hatred in his heart. Although he had warned others not to tell anyone about what had happened 2 days ago, there was no such thing as an impervious wall in the world. The news spread very quickly, and in 2 days, it had almost spread throughout the imperial city, becoming the laughingstock of others. Hua Jie hated Lu Ming to the core. Now, Lu Ming actually dared to mention this. Someone couldn't help but laugh.
So he's the young man from 2 days ago?
He actually dared to treat Hua Jie like that. I guess Hua Jie must hate him to the core. This is going to be interesting. Beside Hua Jie is Chen Xiong. That kid is finished. On the side, some of the senior students of the General Star Hall started to whisper. Chapter 201. Provocation.
Young prince, is this the boy?
Beside Hua Jie, a tall young man was glaring at Lu Ming. It's this kid. I can recognize him even if he's turned to dust. Hua Jie said through gritted teeth. Heh, young prince, how do you want me to teach him a lesson? Whatever you want him to become, I'll make him become. Chen Xiong took a few steps forward and looked at Lu Ming teasingly. Do as you see fit. First, break his arms and legs. As for the rest, do as you wish. Hua Jie said in a deep voice. All right, then I'll beat him up so badly that even his mother won't be able to recognize him. Chen Xiong sneered, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Peak 4th grade Great Martial Master Realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile.
He was only a peak 4th grade Great Martial Master and yet he dared to be so arrogant.
Chen Xiong. This is the General Star Hall. Don't act rashly. Mingzhu's expression was grave as she took a step forward. Io. Isn't this the Pearl Beauty? What, you want to help him? But do you think you can stop me? Get lost immediately and don't ask for trouble. Chen Xiong berated. Mingzhu's expression changed, becoming extremely unsightly. What are you so arrogant for? At worst, we'll just have a battle. Ming Feng saw that Mingzhu was being bullied and immediately shouted. You're just a kid whose hair hasn't even fully grown yet. You're like an ant, and you want to fight me? I'll cripple you right now. Chen Xiong laughed coldly and walked towards Ming Feng. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward.
His eyes were calm and a powerful aura rose from his body.
The aura of a 4th grade Great Martial Master. So you're a 4th grade Great Martial Master. No wonder you could defeat 6 of the young prince's top experts and be so arrogant. But do you think that you can fight me just because you're a 4th grade Great Martial Master? I'll let you understand how naive you are. Chen Xiong's eyes flickered as he spoke in a contemptuous manner. Then you can try. Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom! Their auras clashed, and a gust of wind swept up. What are you guys doing? You're not allowed to use force at the entrance of the General Star Hall. All of you leave.
Suddenly, at the entrance of the General Star Hall, the old man in charge of registration let out an angry roar.
An extremely powerful aura burst out and enveloped the entire area. Lu Ming's gaze changed. This old man was definitely a martial arts grandmaster. Elder, this person has a grudge against me. I'll cripple him and leave immediately. Hua Jie cupped his fists at the old man.
Young prince, although you have a noble status, this is the General Star Hall, and the General Star Hall has its own rules. Other than His Majesty, no one can break the rules of the General Star Hall, and you are no exception.
The old man cupped his fists slightly, but he had no intention of giving in. You win. Hua Jie's expression was ugly, but he was helpless. The General Star's Hall's elders were directly under the Emperor. Even if his father, the Heavenly Suppression King, were here, the General Star's Hall's elders might not give him any face. Humph, kid, you're lucky, but your luck will last for 3 days at most. I'll see how you die in 3 days.
Hua Jie said as he looked at Lu Ming coldly.
Let's go.
After that, Hua Jie waved his hand and strode into the General Star Hall.
Chen Xiong cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. He sneered and followed Hua Jie. All right. Continue.
The old man waved his hand and said. There were not many people in the first place.
Very soon, it was Ming Feng's turn. After Ming Feng, it was Lu Ming's turn. Condense your bloodline and let me see. The old man cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded.
Then, a sanguine light flashed on his body and his spirit-devouring bloodline was condensed.
At the same time, 6 blood-colored chakra shone. 6th level blood meridian. The old man's eyes suddenly burst with intense light, like 2 suns. At the side, Mingzhu, Ming Feng, and some other people also looked at Lu Ming in shock. A 6th level blood meridian. It was actually a 6th level blood meridian.
One must know that in the 5 great sects, those with 6th level bloodlines were all considered top geniuses, and they were people at the level of the newcomer king. At most, there would be 1 or 2 in a year, or even none. The old man's eyes flickered and he suddenly asked, which of the 5 great sects are you a disciple of?
Lu Ming was stunned. He smiled bitterly in his heart.
It seemed that the level of the blood meridian was too high, and it had aroused the suspicion of the elder. However, he could not control the appearance of the chakra of his bloodline.
Otherwise, he could only display 3 chakras in a low-key way. Junior doesn't belong to any of the 5 great sections. I'm just a rogue cultivator. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. He wasn't lying.
He was indeed a wandering cultivator now.
Oh! The old man's eyes flickered, clearly not believing it. What's your name? The old man asked.
Tian Yun.
Lu Ming answered. Then, the old man took out a jade token and carved a few inscriptions on it. There's a test at the martial arts field in 3 days. He passed the jade token to Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming took the jade card and nodded. Big brother Tianyun, which room are you staying in? After Lu Ming had registered, Ming Feng came up to him and asked. Lu Ming picked up the jade card and channeled essential qi into it. Some information immediately appeared. Outer hall, number 11232. Lu Ming said. Haha, then let's be together. My outer palace number is 11,231, and my sister is not far from us. She's in number 11186. Ming Feng was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded, but his heart was moved. Every martial artist had their own room. There were more than 10,000 of them. It seemed like there were quite a number of people in the General Star Hall. There were at least 10,000 people. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The General Stars Hall recruited a batch of people every month. Even if there were not many each time, the number of people accumulated over the years was not small. Lu Ming, you have to be careful in 3 days. At this moment, Ming Zhu warned with a grave expression. Lu Ming's expression changed. The old man told everyone who joined that there would be a test in the martial arts school field 3 days later. Moreover, Jie had said that Lu Ming was lucky and only had 3 days. He would see how Lu Ming died 3 days later. He was very curious about this. What's going on with the test in 3 days? Lu Ming asked. Ming Zhu pondered for a moment and said, Brother Tian, you should know that the General Stars Hall recruits people without asking about their background or origin. They take in anyone. There must be a mix of good and bad people here. Of course, the General Star Hall will take some measures. Therefore, the students who have just joined the General Star Hall will have a test in 3 days. The test is actually very simple. It'll be a sparring match between the senior students and the new students. On the surface, it's a sparring match, but in reality, it's to test the new students' abilities. If they're disciples of the 5 great sects, then they definitely won't receive any training in the future. Ming Zhu explained in detail. So that was how it was. Lu Ming nodded. In that case, 3 days later, Jie and the others were planning to tamper with the test. So Brother Tian, you must be careful in 3 days. By right, the senior students who will participate in the test will be selected by the elders of the General Star Hall. However, with Jie's abilities, it should not be difficult for him to do something. Ming Zhu continued. If they want to come, then let them come. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. Brother Tian, don't be careless. Chen Xiong is a top genius. Although his cultivation is at the peak of the 4th grade Great Martial Master realm, he once had a record of killing a 5th grade Great Martial Master with a single strike. He's extremely powerful, and ordinary martial artists can't compare to him at all. Ming Zhu continued. Genius? Wouldn't that be even more interesting? Lu Ming was still smiling faintly. Upon seeing this, Ming Zhu did not say much. She led Lu Ming and Ming Feng to the dormitory. Chapter 2023 Palms. The General Star Hall was really huge. It was like a small world inside. There were countless mountains, rivers, and historical sites. In particular, the palaces and pavilions were densely packed and overlapping. The dormitory of the General Star Hall was made up of many pavilions. They were all 7-story pavilions with rooms. Lu Ming's room was on the 3rd floor. There was a metal plate hanging at the door with the number 11,232 written on it. Ming Feng's room was right next to his. After taking out his identity jade plate, Zhang Tai shone it on the iron plate. As the iron plate glowed, the door opened automatically. Lu Ming walked in. The room was very spacious and elegantly decorated. There was even a bookshelf on one side of the room, which was filled with brand new books. The treatment in the General Stars Hall is much better than in the mystical sword sect. Although the royal family has declined, they are still the orthodox lineage. Their heritage is still there. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw that it was Ming Zhu and Ming Feng. Brother Tian, You've just joined the General Star Hall. I'll show you around. Mingzhu smiled sweetly. Lu Ming nodded. He wanted to familiarize himself with it. Lu Ming and the Pearl Mountains strolled around the General Star Hall. They chatted as they walked. During this period of time, Lu Ming found out that Mingzhu and Ming Feng were the children of a general in the Blazing Sun Empire. Their father guarded the border and fought wars all year round. As his children, they naturally joined the General Stars Hall and could become generals who guarded an area in the future. The three of them chatted as they walked, and their relationship slowly grew closer. After a few hours, Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the Supreme Shrine. He moved his hand and a secret manual appeared in his hand. The three palms was one of the 2 Earth-level martial arts techniques that Lu Ming had obtained from the Dongi tribe's ruins. Previously, he didn't have that much energy to cultivate, but now that he had already cultivated the soaring steps to the highest level, he could finally start cultivating the 3 palms. Lu Ming opened the secret manual of the 3 palms and read it in detail. After a long time, Lu Ming closed the secret manual, his face full of surprise. The 3 palm strikes were completely offensive martial arts techniques, and their power exceeded his imagination. 3 palms. In fact, there were only 3 palms in total. The first palm strike was the palm of humanity. The second palm was the Beast Dao palm. The third palm strike was the Heavenly Path palm strike. According to the introduction, the power of the first palm, the Human Path palm, was already completely equivalent to the power of other Earth-grade martial arts techniques. The power of the second palm had completely exceeded the power of a low Earth-grade martial technique, and was infinitely close to a high Earth-grade martial technique. As for the third palm, the Heavenly Path palm, it was said that when cultivated to the highest realm, its power was infinitely close to that of a heaven-rank martial skill. It was infinitely close to a heaven-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Heaven-level martial skills, what kind of concept was that? It was much stronger than Earth-level martial skills. Incomparably terrifying. That was a martial skill that only king-level warriors were qualified to cultivate. The reason why the 3 palms were classified as a low Earth-grade martial arts technique, according to the introduction, was because the third palm in history, very few people were able to successfully cultivate it. The difficulty was too great. Having it was equivalent to not having it, so the 3 palm strikes were determined as Earth-grade lower-level martial arts techniques. Only when the first palm had been cultivated to the 3rd level could the second palm be cultivated. However, if he wanted to cultivate the 3rd palm, he didn't know what conditions he would need. It all depended on luck. Lu Ming carefully comprehended it. After reading it, he took out the 3 palm secret manual and read it in detail. The difficulty of cultivating the 3 palms was even more difficult than the ancient shield technique. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, there was no progress in the 3 palm strikes. At this moment, it was time for the new students to take their test. Early in the morning, Mingzhu and Ming Feng found Lu Ming and walked to the martial arts school field with him. The martial arts field was extremely vast. It was said to be the place where the emperor reviewed his troops. One could not see the end of it. On one side of the field, there were more than a dozen fighting rings. At this moment, hundreds of people had already gathered around one of the fighting rings. More than 100 of them were the new students. As for the others, they were all senior students. Some of them were here to watch the show, while others were here to take part in the test. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he saw a few cold eyes staring at him. They were Hua Jie, Chen Xiong, and the others. Beside Hua Jie, there were more than 10 young men. They had indeed come. Lu Ming smiled faintly and could not be bothered with them. This kid is so calm now. Wait a moment, let's see how he dies. That's right. He's lucky to be alive today for daring to offend the young prince, but that's it. The other young men beside Hua Jie sneered. Hua Jie's lips curled into a cold killing intent as he said, Chen Xiong, wait a moment. You just need to be ruthless and put the blame on the Star Hall. I'll take the responsibility. Young prince, don't worry. I know what to do. Chen Xiong sneered. After that, the number of people slowly increased, and in the end, there were about 500 people. At this moment, a middle-aged elder stepped onto the fighting ring. The test this time is very simple. I'll send out the senior students to fight with the new students. The new students don't have to be afraid and just use your strength to the fullest. If you can withstand 100 moves from the senior students, the General Star Hall will give you a generous reward. If you can defeat the senior students, you will be able to cultivate for 1 year free in the other 6 cultivation sanctuaries of the General Star Hall, except for the Earth Cave. The middle-aged elder announced. As soon as he said that, the eyes of many new students began to light up. 7 cultivation sanctuaries? Lu Ming had some doubts. Obviously, he had not heard of it. Brother Tian, the 7 cultivation sanctuaries are unique to the General Star Hall. It's very magical. I'll tell you in detail after the test. Mingzhu said in a low voice. All right, let's begin. The first to come up is Wu Yuan. The middle-aged elder announced. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin young man stepped onto the fighting ring. Du Can, you go up and test him. The middle-aged elder instructed an older student. Yes. A senior student in a red robe appeared. Without saying much, the battle began. The new student, Wu Yuan, launched a frenzied attack. The battle saber in his hand turned into a rolling saber light, attacking towards Du Can. As for Du Can, he had a smile on his face the entire time. He was unruffled and did not fight back. Instead, he dodged blindly. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that Du Can's cultivation was definitely above that of a martial grandmaster, while Wu Yuan was only a 6th grade master. The difference was too great. If Du Can really made a move, he would be able to take Wu Yuan's life in half a move. However, Du Can did not make a move. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at the sky to his right. In the sky, above a cloud, a few elders were watching the fighting ring with bright eyes. As expected, there are experts observing in the dark. It seems that this General Star's Hall is not simple. It can't be like the rumors outside that the General Star's Hall is used by the royal family to cultivate their own strength in an attempt to fight against the 10 Direction Sword School, right? But it's so obvious. It's impossible that the 10 Direction Sword School doesn't know about it, right? Lu Ming pondered, full of doubts. At this moment, a few old men were carefully observing the competition on the fighting ring. The blade light is rolling. This is the Lone Peak 30 strikes. This Wu Yuan should be from the Lone Peak City. There's no problem. An old man said. It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak and his talent is average. Another old man sighed. There's no other way. Most of the talented ones have been recruited by the 5 great sections. Let's wait and see. Another sigh was heard. Chapter 203. You have the nerve to show off. Soon, 50 to 60 moves had passed on the fighting ring. Let's end this. Du Can lightly shouted. He shot out a punch, and Wu Yuan was directly blasted off the fighting stage. Let's continue. The second round. Go away. The middle-aged elder began to announce. One test after another continued. However, the strength of the new students varied. Some of them were only at the warrior realm, and it was impossible for them to last more than 100 moves against the older students. Of course, there were also exceptions. One of them had reached the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm and defeated an older student, attracting a lot of attention. Soon, it was Ming Feng's turn. However, Ming Feng's cultivation was only at the 6th grade Master realm. For his age, it was already very good, but he was no match for the senior student. The other party had deliberately held back for more than 50 moves and then defeated Ming Feng easily. Next, Tian Yun. The middle-aged elder announced. Lu Ming's expression changed and he stepped onto the fighting ring. Chen Xiong, come up and take the test. The middle-aged elder shouted. Chen Xiong as expected. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he revealed a cold smile. It's really Chen Xiong. It can't be such a coincidence. He must have done something. Or he must have been bribed. Mingzhu said in a low voice. Isn't this too despicable? Why don't we just ask Big Brother Tian Yun to give up on the test? Ming Feng said. No, if you give up the test, you can't stay in the General Star Hall. Mingzhu said.
Then what should we do? Sister, is that Chen Xiong really that powerful? No matter what, Big Brother Tianyun is still a 4th grade great master. Ming Feng said anxiously. Ming Zhu sighed. Of course Chen Xiong is strong. He can kill an ordinary 5th grade great martial master with a single sword strike. I heard that no less than 3 5th grade great martial masters have died at his hands. That's so powerful, what should we do? Ming Feng was even more anxious. There's nothing we can do about it. We'll just have to see how Tianyun's good fortune will turn out. Ming Zhu sighed. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Chen Xiong laughed heartily. He stepped onto the fighting ring and stood in front of Lu Ming. Below the fighting stage, Hua Jie sneered. Kid, you're Tianyun, right? You've managed to live for 3 more days. Now accept your fate. Hua Jie, you haven't fought for a few days. Are your bones itching again? Or, do you want to pee your pants again? Lu Ming glanced at Hua Jie and said loudly. His voice spread far and wide. Hua Jie almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming was too detestable. He had touched on Hua Jie's sore spot. Hua Jie's face was flushed red. He stared at Lu Ming with a sense of duty and roared, Little bastard, scream all you want. This is your last chance. I'll let you have a taste of your mouth. After all, you're going to die soon. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered in response. He could not be bothered to deal with Hua Jie, this mad dog. Swish. At this moment, Chen Xiong unsheathed his long sword. A brilliant, blood-red sword chi shot up into the sky. Tianyun, I once used this sword to kill a 5th grade great martial master with a single strike. It's your honor to die under my sword. Chen Xiong shouted loudly. His face was filled with pride. You killed a 5th grade great master realm martial artist with a single sword strike, and you still have the cheek to brag about it? Don't you find it embarrassing? Lu Ming pursed his lips and said indifferently. As soon as he said that, the people around him staggered and almost fell. All of them looked at Lu Ming speechlessly. Breaking the record? In Lu Ming's eyes, a 4th grade great martial master killing a 5th grade great martial master with a single slash was actually a broken record and embarrassing. This was a battle of a higher realm, and it was in the great martial master realm. A great martial master who could cross realms and kill an opponent was definitely a top genius. Bragging, he was definitely bragging. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was bragging. Even Ming Zhu and Ming Feng looked at each other in dismay. Go on, I'll let you brag as much as you want as a dying man. Hua Jie burst out laughing. However, Chen Xiong's expression was extremely ugly. The battle results that he had been so proud of were actually so pathetic in Lu Ming's eyes. Whether he was bragging or not, in his opinion, this was an insult to him. Tianyun. Wait a moment. I hope you can still say it. Chen Xiong's voice was incomparably cold. He pointed his long sword and a surge of sword chi gushed towards Lu Ming. Kill! Chen Xiong shouted, his killing intent soaring into the sky. He became one with the sword and turned into a blood-red sword light, slashing toward Lu Ming. The sword chi whistled as if it could cut the space in half. It was extremely powerful. This was not a test or a spar. He was clearly trying to kill Lu Ming. Not good. The faces of the Pearl Mountain siblings changed drastically. As for Hua Jie, he laughed coldly and thought, Brat, it's really a good thing for you to die like this. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's expression was calm. As he looked at the incoming sword light, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't take out a weapon. Instead, he waved his hand. A red light flashed in his hand, and a red spear formed. Lightning! Whoosh! The red spear's radiance flashed. Fast, too fast, so fast that most people didn't even see it clearly. Only the few elders on the clouds had a change in expression. Bang! In the fighting ring, 2 beams of light collided. However, Chen Xiong's sword radiance was like a layer of bubbles, shattering upon contact. Then, the spear radiance continued and disappeared in a flash. The spear quickly disappeared, and 2 figures stood opposite each other on the fighting ring. Who won? Everyone watched with wide eyes. Suddenly, a stream of blood spurted out of Chen Xiong's throat.
Chen Xiong let out a blood-curdling screech. He clutched his throat tightly with both hands. His eyes were wide open like a dead fish as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. "I've said it before, your lousy battle record is really embarrassing," Lu Ming said indifferently. "You!" Chen Xiong's eyes revealed a look of fear and unwillingness. Then, he fell down and stopped breathing. The surrounding students of the General Star Hall were all dumbfounded. One move. He had actually killed a top-tier genius, Chen Xiong, in one move. Moreover, Lu Ming did not even use a weapon. He had only condensed a long spear with essential qi, and with a casual attack, he had killed Chen Xiong. What kind of strength was this? Wasn't he too strong? In front of him, Chen Xiong simply did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Genius! Peerless genius! Many people were roaring in their hearts. He's so strong. This young man isn't simple. An old man in the clouds said. Could it be a genius from the 5 great sects? It's hard to say. I really hope he's not a disciple of the 5 great sections. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. If he's not from the 5 great sects, we must do our best to rope him in. The few elders looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Below the fighting ring, Jie was dumbfounded by the scene. After a long while he finally reacted and roared angrily. Tianyun, you actually killed Chen Xiong. You actually killed him. You're going to pay with your life. Pay with my life? It's ridiculous. Just now it was Chen Xiong himself who shouted that he wanted to kill me. Now that I've killed him, it's completely his own fault. Moreover, Elder didn't say that I can't kill anyone. Lu Ming cast a glance at Jie and said disdainfully. Chapter 204. The 7 Cultivation Sanctuaries. On the fighting ring, the middle-aged elder's face darkened, but he did not say anything. He had indeed been bribed by Jie. However, he knew that there were a few powerful figures watching him from the clouds. Hence, he did not dare to go overboard. Jie was stunned. He could not refute Lu Ming's words. How about this, Jie? I'll give you a chance. All of you, come at me together. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? There was an uproar at the scene. Lu Ming actually wanted the people brought by Jie to attack together. This was too arrogant. One should know that the people beside Jie were all geniuses. They were the children of many influential figures in the imperial city and were very powerful. Some of them were even stronger than Chen Xiong. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, how could he be a match for so many experts? This was crazy. This was crazy. What? You want to challenge so many of us? Even Jie himself was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted and revealed a look of ecstasy on his face. He hurriedly shouted, All right, you said it, don't go back on your word. At the same time, he laughed in his heart. He was laughing at Lu Ming for courting death. On the fighting ring, the middle-aged elder was a little stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a scene during a test. For a moment, he did not know whether to agree or not. At this moment, a voice transmission entered his ears, asking him to agree. It was a voice transmission from an elder above the clouds. They wanted to take the opportunity to observe Lu Ming. All right, this battle can proceed, the middle-aged elder announced. Go! Jie hurriedly waved his hand, and more than a dozen young men beside him rushed up to the fighting ring. Brat, do you think you can be so arrogant just because you defeated Chen Xiong? You're really naive. He's actually challenging so many of us at once. He's simply courting death. If I don't beat him up, I'm not a Wang. These young men glared at Lu Ming with hostility and sneered. Lu Ming had challenged so many of them at once. It was obvious that he was looking down on them. It was an insult. They wanted to make Lu Ming regret it. Cut the crap. If you want to make a move, do it now. If you don't, get lost. Lu Ming berated. Damn it, you're looking for death. Kill him. The dozen or so young men let out angry roars, and their bodies emitted a powerful aura. Boom, boom, boom. A blood-red light flashed and the blood of the dozen youths burst out at the same time. A terrifying attack surged toward Lu Ming like a never-ending tide. Lu Ming was instantly drowned by the colorful brilliance. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Lu Ming was so arrogant. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would fight against more than 10 young geniuses. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Just like before, he didn't even draw his weapon. With a brilliant glow, a spear materialized in his hand. Buzz! The long spear swept out in a very direct and violent way. A full moon appeared on the fighting ring. Bang! Bang! With a loud boom, the attacks of the dozen or so young men were instantly dispersed. The terrifying spear light whizzed out and swept in all directions. Ah! Achoo! Ah! More than a dozen screams sounded out as more than a dozen figures were thrown out of the fighting ring and coughed up blood. It was frozen. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. One move, it was still just one move, and the dozen or so young geniuses that Wuxia had brought with him were all defeated. He loosened his grip gently, as if he was chasing away a dozen flies. What a waste of time! At this moment, Lu Ming pursed his lips and said. Everyone was speechless. They were roaring in their hearts. What do you mean by wasting time? You're the one who's too abnormal, okay? You can't attack people like this. Hua Jie's body trembled. His face was pale and his lips were trembling. He pointed at Lu Ming and said, You coward. He couldn't say a word. Strong, he's too strong. Big brother Tianyun is too strong. Ming Feng muttered to himself, his face filled with excitement. At the side, Mingzhu's beautiful eyes also flickered with extraordinary splendor. Lu Ming's strength had completely exceeded her expectations. Who? Above the clouds, a few old men let out a long breath, their eyes flickering. How is it? Can you tell what their origins are? One of the old men asked. I can't tell. It was just one move, and most of them were swept by absolute power. Very little information was exposed. Furthermore, what he used was most likely a personal martial technique that he had obtained himself. There are no traces of the 5 great sections. Another old man said. This is difficult. Is such a peerless genius really from the 5 great sects? Pay attention, we must pay close attention. If it's someone from the 5 great sects, they're just here to use the sacred land to cultivate. They won't be able to stay for long. If he isn't, I must rope him in. The few elders quickly discussed. Elder, is my test over? Lu Ming asked the middle-aged elder. The knot has ended. The middle-aged elder stuttered. Lu Ming nodded and jumped off the fighting ring. Hua Jie glared at Lu Ming resentfully and left with more than 10 young men who were staggering. They were in a sorry state. Hua Jie would become a laughingstock once again if he came in a high-profile manner and left with a dejected face. Lu Ming smiled faintly. As long as there were no elders, he did not care about a dandy like Hua Jie. Then, the test continued, but there were no outstanding people. Soon, all the tests were over. The middle-aged elder marked the identity jade card of each new student. Haha, I can finally go to the 7 cultivation sanctuaries to cultivate. Ming Feng laughed. Ming Feng, are the 7 cultivation sanctuaries really that good? Lu Ming asked curiously. Good, of course it's good. Big brother Tianyun, do you know why there are disciples from the 5 great sects who managed to sneak in? He wants to enter the 7 sacred lands of the General Star Hall to cultivate. Ming Feng's eyes lit up. Brother Tian, the 7 cultivation sanctuaries of the General Star's Hall are the most important treasure lands of the royal family. It is said that the 10 Direction Sword School is very coveting them, but the royal family has them in their hands. It can be said that the 7 cultivation sanctuaries are the foundation of the royal family. They can't give them to anyone else. Mingzhu also explained. That's right, big brother Tianyun. You've defeated the senior students this time. Other than the Earth Yuan Cave, you can choose any of the other 6 places and train for free for a year. I'm so envious. Ming Feng shouted. I wonder what are the 7 cultivation sanctuaries? Lu Ming asked. I'll say it.
The 7 cultivation sanctuaries are Earth Essence Cave, Gongjin Valley, God Wind Valley, No Rest Tower, 10,000 Killing Secret Realm, Foggy Marsh, and Lightning Palace, Mingfeng immediately said. Among them, the most mysterious one is the Earth Yuan Cave. Under the Earth Yuan Cave, there is a rich fire spiritual qi that can be condensed into true qi. In the Earth Yuan Cave, whether it is to improve cultivation or to practice fire tribute martial skills, it will be twice the result with half the effort. The Gongjin Valley is filled with rich golden qi, and is the best place to cultivate metal attribute cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques. God Wind Valley is filled with strong winds and hurricanes. It is the best gu for the wind attribute. Mingfeng explained the characteristics of the 7 cultivation holy lands one by one. Chapter 205, Earth Cave. It's so magical. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strong interest. There were not many places like this in the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming only knew of a clam cave in the Vermilion Bird Hall. The royal family that had once ruled the Burning Sun Empire was indeed powerful. Big brother Tianyun, which one do you plan on going to first? Mingfeng asked. Earth Yuan Cave. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, Okay, I want to go too. Let's go together. Mingfeng was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. Then you two go to the Earth Cave. I'm going to the Foggy Marsh to practice a martial skill, so I won't be going with you. Mingzhu said with a smile. Sister, you should hurry up and go. Mingfeng urged. You brat, you've just arrived at the General Star's hole, so don't cause any trouble. Mingzhu glared at Mingfeng, then left. Big brother Tianyun, let's go to the Earth Cave together. Mingfeng shouted, looking extremely excited. Earth Cave, just ask a senior student and he would know the way. The two of them passed through many palaces and came to a mountain peak. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone wall with a stone door on it. 2 middle-aged men were guarding the door. The 2 middle-aged men were just casually standing there, but they exuded an aura that was as deep as the ocean. What a strong cultivation. He is definitely a martial arts grandmaster. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Everyone said that the imperial family had declined, but it seemed that their strength was still not to be underestimated. In the mystical sword sect, a martial arts grandmaster was an expert at the level of a Lavira robed elder. Senior, we're here to cultivate in the Earth Cave. Mingfeng walked in front of a burly man and bowed respectfully. Let me take a look at your identity jade token. The large man said expressionlessly. Lu Ming and Mingfeng took out their identity jade cards and handed them to the burly man. The burly man took it and looked at it before nodding. You can go in and exchange for the inscription stones first. Only with the inscription stones can you open the secret training room in the Earth Cave. All right, thank you, senior. Mingfeng nodded and took out the spiritual crystals. Lu Ming also took out his spirit crystals. On the way here, Mingfeng had already explained the situation in the Earth Cave to Lu Ming in detail. The imperial family had carved out 13 levels of the Earth Cave. There were some secret training rooms on each floor, which were filled with rich fire property spiritual qi. It was very useful for improving cultivation, refining genuine qi, and practicing fire property martial skills. The lower he went, the denser the spiritual qi was, and the better the effect. However, they couldn't let people cultivate for free. Each secret room was engraved with an inscription stone. Only the imperial family's inscription stone could open the secret room and enter it to cultivate. Inscription stones, 30 spiritual crystals for one. Of course, the further down he went, the more rune stones he needed. How many inscription stones do you want to exchange? The middle-aged man asked Mingfeng. One piece is enough. Mingfeng said. On the first level of the Earth Cave, one only needed an inscription stone to open a secret cultivation room and cultivate for a month. Mingfeng took out 30 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. Then, the middle-aged man handed Mingfeng a fiery red stone that was engraved with inscriptions. How about you? How many rune stones do you need? The middle-aged man asked. I'll exchange for 100 yuan first. Lu Ming said casually. Ah, what? 100 yuan?
The two middle-aged men were shocked. Ming Feng also widened his eyes. 100 rune stones would cost 3,000 spiritual crystals, which was equivalent to 30 million taels of a Silavirer. How could Lu Ming have so many spiritual crystals at such a young age? Lu Ming smiled. His fingers glowed and a jade box appeared. There were rows of spiritual crystals neatly stacked inside. Lu Ming took out 3,000 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged burly man took it and took out 100 inscription stones, handing them to Lu Ming. Go in and cultivate. The two middle-aged men finally smiled. The stone door opened and Lu Ming and Ming Feng walked in. As soon as he entered, he felt a strong fire attribute spiritual qi blowing in his face. After walking forward for about 100 meters, a huge underground cave appeared. The surroundings were well maintained, and it was obvious that it was man-made. Around the cave, there were many secret training rooms. The doors of the secret rooms were all closed, but some of them were shimmering with a faint light, indicating that someone was cultivating inside. If there was no light on the door, it meant that no one was cultivating inside. In the middle was a hole. As he walked in, he saw that there was a spiral stone staircase leading down the cave. This was the first floor, and the second floor was just below. Big Brother Tianyun, which level do you plan on going to cultivate? I'll be cultivating here. Ming Feng said with a hint of envy. The world energy here isn't very dense, let's go down. Lu Ming said. Go down? But my inscription stone. Don't I have it here? I haven't even thanked you for talking so much with me. Let's go down together, my treat. Lu Ming smiled. You're really inviting me? Then I won't be polite. Ming Feng was overjoyed and did not hold back at all. Ming Feng's young heart was true to his nature and he was not so indirect. He took the lead and headed to the second level. The space on the second floor was no smaller than the first floor. The layout was almost the same as the first level, except that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was richer. Lu Ming could almost feel the scorching spiritual energy of heaven and earth wrapping around his body continuously as if it was going to drill into his body. The Earth Yuan Cave is indeed worthy of its reputation. And this is the outside of the secret room. If I cultivate in the secret room, my cultivation will probably increase 10 times faster than outside. Besides, it's definitely very useful to cultivate fire attribute martial skills. It's also very useful to comprehend the fire force. I've made the right decision to come here today. This is only the second level, but the fire spiritual qi is already so dense. It is said that there are 13 levels in the Earth Cave. I wonder what it will be like if I go further down? Lu Ming pondered secretly. Big Brother Tianyun, to open a secret room for cultivation for a month on this floor, you need 3 inscription stones. Ming Feng said. Continue down. Lu Ming smiled and headed to the third level. Ming Feng hurriedly followed. On the third floor, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was even denser. On this floor, Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he saw 5 to 6 young men sitting cross-legged in the middle of the open space. Although the world energy qi in the open space outside was still quite rich, it couldn't be compared to the one inside the secret room. What were these people doing outside? Ming Feng seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed and he whispered to Lu Ming, I've heard from my sister that some people don't have spiritual crystals to exchange for inscription stones in the Earth Yuan Cave, so they rob other people's secret practicing rooms here. When someone opens a secret room, they'll seize it. Oh! Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that no matter where it was, disputes of interest were inevitable. Chapter 206. Seizing the Secret Room. Then, he started to look around. There were more than 20 secret rooms in the surroundings. More than a dozen of them were lit up, and it was obvious that someone was cultivating there. There were 6 rooms that were dim. Lu Ming took a look and walked towards a secret room. The eyes of the 6 young men who were sitting cross-legged in the middle lit up when they saw Lu Ming walking toward a secret chamber. I've never seen this kid before. He's probably a hothead. Could it be that they just arrived? Haha, after waiting for several days, someone finally came to open the secret cultivation room. I'm going to seize it. The 6 young men thought to themselves. Big brother Tian Yun. Ming Feng was a little nervous as he followed behind Lu Ming. After all, anyone who dared to occupy someone else's secret cultivation room here was definitely a ruthless person. Lu Ming did not care and took out 9 inscription stones. The secret room on the 3rd floor required 9 inscription stones to open. There were a few pits on the stone door. Lu Ming placed the 9 rune stones into the pit. The stone door immediately flashed with light. Then, there was a clicking sound and the stone door opened. Haha, this secret training room is mine. You're dreaming. I was the first to arrive here. I arrived 7 days ago. This secret chamber is mine. The one that came earlier was already yours? In your dreams. The secret cultivation room is the home of the strong. Get out of here immediately. When the door of the secret room opened, the 6 young men stood up and shouted one after another. They all wanted to take this secret room for themselves. As for the thoughts of Lu Ming, the party invo-levered, they directly ignored them. One of them looked like he had just arrived. Who would care about his thoughts? Buzz! Buzz! The sound of weapons being unsheathed could be heard. The 6 of them actually pulled out their weapons and started to face each other. If you want to fight with me, you're really looking for death. Boom! At this moment, one of the pockmarked young men's aura suddenly burst out. Judging from his aura, he had actually reached the 4th grade Great Martial Master realm. The other 5 young men's faces changed instantly. Lu Mozi, you've actually broken through to the 4th grade Great Martial Master realm? When did that happen? A young man shouted in shock. Ha ha ha, unexpected, right? I've already made a breakthrough, so let's see how you can compete with me. Get lost now. I need this secret chamber to consolidate my cultivation. Lu Mozi shouted coldly, and his powerful aura began to wreak havoc in the cave. The other 5 people's expressions were very unsightly, but they didn't dare to refute. Most of them were at the 2nd or 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm, and they were no match for a 4th grade Great Martial Master. Damn it, I've waited for 7 days and finally found a hothead. It seems like I've waited for nothing. A tall young man growled unhappily. He stepped back helplessly and stood to the side. The others were silent for a moment and then retreated. Ha ha ha. Lu Mozi laughed arrogantly and proudly. He then turned to look at Lu Ming and said, Brat, I want this secret room of yours. Also, hand over all the inscription stones you have and get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't make things difficult for you. 4th grade Great Martial Master. When Lu Mozi revealed his cultivation, Ming Feng was no longer nervous. He mumbled to himself and looked at Lu Mozi with a strange expression. Lu Ming could easily take care of a group of 3rd and 4th grade Grandmaster geniuses with one move. What was Lu Mozi to him? Ming Feng had already started to mourn for Lu Mozi. So pitiful. Ming Feng muttered in his heart as he looked at Lu Mozi's arrogant expression. Are you sure you want to do this? Don't you want to think about it? Lu Ming looked at Lu Mozi and said with a faint smile. Nonsense, what's there to consider? Stop wasting my time. Lu Mozi shouted. If that's the case then fine. Hand over your storage ring and get lost? Lu Ming said indifferently. Ah, what? What did you just say? Lu Mozi was stunned and thought he had heard wrong. Hurry up, I don't want to repeat myself. Lu Ming said. Ha ha ha, brat, you still want my storage ring? I think you're crazy. Let me cure you. Lu Mozi laughed out loud. He took a step forward and sent a palm strike at Lu Ming. Bang! Immediately after, the others heard a loud boom and saw a figure flying backward. He fell heavily on the ground and screamed repeatedly. It was Lu Mozi. The other 5 young men were stunned. Lu Mozi was defeated, and the key was that he was defeated too quickly. They did not even see how Lu Mozi was defeated. Buzz! Lu Ming moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Lu Mozi. He stepped on Lu Mozi's face, causing his face to fall heavily to the ground. Lu Mozi screamed. The other 5 young men felt a chill run down their spines and their teeth hurt. Expert. So he's a top expert.
Thank God I didn't make a move just now. It's all Lu Mozi's fault. If it wasn't for him, I would be the one in trouble. I have to thank Lu Mozi. The other 5 young men secretly rejoiced, their palms sweating. Now, hand over your storage ring. Lu Ming looked down at Lu Mozi and said indifferently. I'll pay. Lu Mozi shrieked in pain and handed the storage ring to Lu Ming while trembling. He simply wanted to die. He originally thought that he had picked up a bargain, but in the end, he suffered a double loss. What a terrible loss. I won't come and occupy the secret room anymore. It's too much. Lu Mozi screamed in his heart. Lu Ming took the storage ring and moved his feet away. Get lost. Yes. Lu Mozi rolled and crawled, struggling to get up, and was about to go up. Gotcha. At this moment, the door of a secret room opened. Buzz. With a flash, a figure came out of it. It was a man in his 20s. He was wearing a black robe and had a cold expression. The moment he came out, he scanned the surroundings. Bai Long, it's Bai Long. The other young men's expressions changed drastically when they saw the black-robed young man. Who has the inscription stone? Hand it over now. My time in the secret room is up. I need to continue cultivating and break through a martial technique. Bai Long shouted, his eyes like lightning, and he didn't hide his powerful aura at all. A 5th-grade great martial master. This young man was actually a 5th-grade great martial master. Suddenly, Bai Long's gaze landed on the secret room behind Lu Ming. Haha, the secret room that just opened is perfect for me to use. Then he strode towards the secret room. Lu Ming moved his feet slightly and stood in front of Bai Long. This secret chamber is mine. Bai Long was stunned. He sized Lu Ming up and a cold smile appeared on his face. Yours? Then let me have it now. Although he said, let, his tone was strong and domineering. It was a direct command. I'm sorry, I won't let you win. Lu Ming said indifferently. Not allowed? Kid, it seems like you don't know who I am. I'll say it again, I'm going to cultivate my martial skill in the secret room now. If I'm delayed by you and my martial skill can't break through, can you bear the responsibility? Bai Long said coldly. If you need a secret chamber, open it yourself. Don't grumble here. What does it have to do with me if you need to practice martial arts? Get out of here, I still need to practice. Lu Ming waved his hands as if he was chasing away flies. Chapter 207 Crippled with one move. Bai Long's face instantly darkened. Haha, this kid, although he has some strength, he's really a hothead. He actually dares to speak to Bai Long like that. He's finished. Lu Mozi was about to leave but he stopped at that moment. He laughed in his heart when he saw Lu Ming talking to Bai Long in such a manner, gloating over his misfortune. He would be lying if he said that he did not resent Lu Ming for what he did to him just now. It was just that he was not as powerful as Lu Ming and could only swallow his anger. Now that he saw that Lu Ming had actually offended Bai Long, he was naturally overjoyed. He hoped that Bai Long would teach Lu Ming a harsh lesson. The others were the same, gloating at his misfortune. Kid, what did you say? Bai Long's face was cold as he asked in a deep voice. Are you deaf? I told you to get lost. Lu Ming repeated. Ha ha ha. Bai Long laughed out of extreme anger, and a cold killing intent exploded from his body. He glared at Lu Ming and said, Brat, it has been a long time since anyone has dared to talk to me like this in the outer palace. You are the first one. It seems like some ants are going to turn the sky upside down after I haven't fought for a long time. Today, I will give you an unforgettable lesson. With that, he took a few steps forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. Boom! Bai Long's fist rumbled out, and a terrifying whistling sound instantly rang out. This punch was extremely shocking. The fist force was so powerful that it could even shatter a mountain. Bai Long's lips curled into a sinister smile. He wanted to break all the bones in Lu Ming's body with one punch. In the world of martial artists, no matter where one was, strength spoke the loudest. It was extremely normal for one to draw a sword and kill someone if they did not agree with one another. I originally didn't want to make a move today, but there's a group of people who are looking for death. Lu Ming muttered and waved his palm at Bai Long. The moment he waved his hand, a long spear was formed. Buzz! The tip of the spear pierced through everything, and Bai Long's terrifying fist energy was pierced through like tofu. Ah! Bai Long screamed and quickly retreated. Lu Mozi and the others were shocked. They quickly looked at Bai Long and gasped. A hole appeared on Bai Long's fist, from which white bones could be seen and blood was flowing out. The hole went straight through his arm, as if it had been blasted open. It was extremely terrifying. Bai Long's body trembled non-stop. His face was pale and cold sweat was flowing down his face. He let out a low roar. With that little ability of yours, you still have that expression of blowing the sky up. I'm really speechless. Now you better get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Brat, you're ruthless, but today's matter isn't over yet. Just you wait. Bai Long roared and fled the place in a sorry state. You're still here? Do you want to be like Bai Long? Lu Ming looked at Lu Mozi and the rest with a faint smile. The expressions of Lu Mozi and the others changed drastically, and they were almost scared out of their wits. Lu Ming was too powerful. He had crippled Bai Long's hand with one move. How could they afford to offend such a ruthless person? Go! I'll leave immediately. Lu Mozi shouted and quickly walked towards the stone stairs. The others followed closely behind. When they reached the second floor, Lu Mozi stopped. Lu Pozi, what's wrong? Haven't you been taught a lesson enough? You still want to stay and get abused? One of the young men sneered and gloated. Shut up! Lu Mozi shouted coldly. His face was extremely gloomy as he said, that kid is strong, but he's brainless. He even dared to hurt Bai Long. Now that Bai Long is injured, he'll definitely go back and ask his big brother Bai Qi. Once Bai Qi comes, this kid is dead for sure. Of course I'll stay and watch the show. As soon as he said that, the other young men's expressions changed. That's right. Bai Qi is one of the top 10 warriors of the Outer Palace. With him here, that kid is finished. I also want to stay and watch the show. The young men spoke one after another. They then sat down cross-legged on the second floor, waiting for Bai Qi to arrive. The third floor. Big brother Tianyun, you're really too amazing. When will I be as amazing as you? No, it'll be good if I'm only half as amazing as you. Ming Feng looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Now, Lu Ming was already his idol. As long as you work hard in your cultivation, you'll be able to catch up to me very soon. Lu Ming smiled and walked into the secret room. He sensed it carefully and shook his head. Although the fire-type spiritual energy in the secret room was rich, it did not meet Lu Ming's requirements. He needed to continue down. Ming Feng, you can use this secret room for your cultivation. Lu Ming said. For me? Big brother Tianyun. What about you? Ming Feng asked. I want to continue going down. This place isn't very effective for me. Lu Ming said. All right then, I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Feng's eyes lit up with excitement as he walked into the secret room. Big brother Tianyun, I'll be closing my door to cultivate then. Ming Feng shouted. Seeing Lu Ming nod, he pressed a button and the stone door of the secret room closed. As for Lu Ming, he continued to go down. Soon, they arrived at the fourth floor. The fourth floor required 27 inscription stones to open a secret room. In the middle of the fourth floor, there were two people sitting cross-legged. The moment Lu Ming came down, the two of them looked at him with ill intentions. It was obvious that they were also people who wanted to occupy the secret cultivation room. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and shook his head. Then, he continued down and walked to the fifth level. The two young men's expressions changed. They watched as Lu Ming walked down to the fifth level. Their eyes flickered but they did not follow him in the end. There were no weaklings who could cultivate on the fifth floor. In fact, many of them were students from the General Star Hall Inner Hall and were experts at the 7th grade Great Martial Master Realm or above. Lu Ming walked down the stairs. When he was close to the fifth level, the power of an inscription acted on him, preventing him from going any further. Lu Ming's body trembled and this force was destroyed. It seems like without a certain cultivation, I can't even cultivate here. Lu Ming smiled faintly. When he set foot on the 5th level, Lu Ming felt waves of scorching, violent fire-type spiritual energy surging in his surroundings, making his skin feel numb and itchy. No wonder there are inscriptions here. The fire spiritual chi here is too hot and violent. Ordinary people would die if they were to be hit by this spiritual chi. Weaker martial artists who cultivate here for a long time would even have their meridians burned. However, this spiritual chi is just right for me. Lu Ming pondered secretly. There were more than a dozen secret chambers around the 5th floor, and about half of them were occupied with people cultivating. There was no one in the open space. No one had occupied the secret cultivation room. Lu Ming walked to the front of a secret room and took out 81 inscription stones. That's right, the 5th floor required 81 inscription stones to open a secret room and cultivate for a month. Embed the rune stone on the stone door, and the stone door will release. Lu Ming opened the door and walked in. After he entered, he closed the stone door. When the stone door was closed, the walls of the secret room glowed with inscriptions, and the fire-attributed spiritual chi in the secret room became more and more intense. The inscription formation in the secret room helped to absorb and gather the spiritual chi between heaven and earth. The fire-attributed spiritual chi here seems to be surging up from deep underground. Lu Ming sensed it carefully. Chapter 208. The Top 10 Experts of the Outer Palace. There were 13 levels in the Earth Cave. The lower the level, the denser the fire element spiritual chi. It was said that the further down one went, the more spiritual chi there was, the deeper it would be. These 13 floors were not natural. The Burning Sun royal family had spent a lot of manpower to excavate them. However, even after exhausting all his efforts, he could only dig out the 13th layer. It was impossible to continue down. It was because no one could go down. It was said that the last 2 levels were opened up by a peerless martial king of the ancient Burning Sun Empire's royal family. No one else could even go down. Lu Ming had heard this from Ming Feng. What was below the 13th floor? Countless people in the Burning Sun Empire were wondering, but no one knew the answer. Lu Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He sat cross-legged, activated the true war dragon technique, and began cultivating. The surrounding fire-type spiritual energy was absorbed into Lu Ming's body. The hot fire property spiritual chi was constantly being transformed into genuine chi. The hot aura could also refine the genuine chi, making it more condensed. Lu Ming realized that the cultivation speed here was more than 20 times faster than the outside. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to more than 20 days of cultivation outside. Although the cost of 80 runes was terrifying, which was more than 2,400 spiritual crystals, the effect was worth it. This was especially so for martial artists who needed to break through their bottlenecks. If they came here, they would have a higher chance of breaking through their bottlenecks. Although Lu Ming's blood meridian was at the 6th level, the speed at which it devoured and absorbed spiritual energy was not inferior to that of a 9th level blood meridian. It was at a terrifying speed. Lu Ming circulated his spirit-devouring bloodline and his body was like a whirlpool, constantly devouring the spirit chi of heaven and earth around him. Circulating his essential chi, the essential chi in Lu Ming's meridians transformed into tangible little dragons that swam in his meridians. The vortex in his dantian was spinning continuously, like a nebula. Just like that, Lu Ming immersed himself in cultivation. A few hours later, on the 2nd level of the Earth Cave. They're here. Suddenly, Lu Mozi's eyes lit up and he shouted. The others all looked towards the entrance. 2 figures walked in. One of them was Bai Long. At this moment, one of Bai Long's hands was wrapped in a thick layer of bandages. Next to Bai Long was a young man with a cold expression and a 50 to 60% resemblance to Bai Long. Bai Chi really came. Lu Mozi and the others looked at the young man with deep respect. Bai Chi, one of the top 10 experts of the Outer Hall, was a peak 6th grade great martial master. However, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He could easily kill a 7th grade great martial master, and many Inner Hall students were no match for him. He was a top genius.
They simply couldn't compare to him. Bai Qi glanced at Lu Mozi and the others, then went to the third floor. Let's go down and take a look. Lu Mozi gritted his teeth and followed him down to the third floor. The others also followed. When Bai Qi and the others arrived at the third floor, they saw that there was no one there. Speak, where's that little bastard? Bai Long's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Lu Mozi and the others. Fuck, we didn't know. We were also chased away by that kid. Lu Mozi's face changed. Looks like he's already in a secret room to train. Second brother. Do you still remember which secret room it was? Bai Qi's voice was calm, but there was a hidden killing intent in it, causing Lu Mozi and the others to shiver. That room, that's right. Bai Long pointed at the room that Lu Ming had opened earlier. It was also the room that Ming Feng was cultivating in. Good. Does that kid think that hiding in the secret room will help? Even if he's hiding inside, I'll blast him out. Bai Qi sneered. Boom. Then, he struck the stone door of the secret room with his palm. A violent tremor was heard. In the secret chamber, Ming Feng was cultivating. Suddenly, an earth-shaking boom sounded. His body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Who is it? Who's bombarding the stone door? Damn it! Ming Feng roared. Boom! Outside, Bai Qi struck out with his palm again, causing the stone door to shake. Lu Mozi and the others were shocked. Bai Qi was really bold. There was a rule in the General Star Hall that no one was allowed to bombard the door of the secret room, because doing so would easily cause the person inside to go berserk. But now, Bai Qi completely ignored this rule. This was the confidence that came with being powerful. In the secret room, Ming Feng gritted his teeth. However, the sounds of the attacks continued to ring out as if they were endless. An hour later, Ming Feng couldn't take it anymore. I'd like to see who it is. I'm going to report him to the elder. Ming Feng growled, opened the stone door, and walked out. Bai Long, you again. The moment he opened the stone door, Ming Feng saw Bai Long. You're finally out. Why are you here? Where's that kid? Which secret room? Bai Long said coldly as he stared at Ming Feng. Why should I tell you? Also, you attacked the stone door, which is against the rules of the General Star Hall. I'm going to sue you guys. Ming Feng shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a strong gust of wind coming at him. The speed of this gust of wind was far beyond his imagination, and he could not dodge it at all. Pa! Ming Feng's face received a heavy slap. Ming Feng's body flew out. You talk too much. Tell me, which secret room is that kid in? Bai Qi asked coldly as he withdrew his palm. Fuck, I don't know. Ming Feng struggled to get up and shouted. You don't know? You still dare to be stubborn? Bai Qi's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His body moved and he appeared beside Ming Feng. He stepped on Ming Feng's face, causing his face to collide with the stone slab. Do you know now? Bai Qi asked indifferently. Roar. Ming Feng roared like a wild beast and struggled in anger, shouting, I said I don't know, so I really don't know. If you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, I'll definitely take revenge. Big brother, looks like he didn't lie. I've checked the secret chamber that was opened here, and it wasn't open for long. I guess that kid went down. Bai Long said. He went down. Bai Qi frowned. It would be troublesome if they went further down because they did not know which secret room Lu Ming had entered. Without knowing which secret room it was, he didn't dare to randomly attack. This was especially true from the 4th level onwards, where everyone was an expert. If he made a mistake and provoked other experts, things would become troublesome. Bang! Bai Qi kicked Ming Feng away and said in disdain, A Master Realm Ant wants to seek revenge for me? Fine, I'll be waiting for you. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Mozi and the others and ordered, You guys, stay here and guard. When you see that kid come out, report to me immediately. This M.O. Lu Mozi and the others hesitated. What's wrong? You want to refuse? Bai Qi stared at Lu Mozi and the others with an unfriendly look, and his voice turned cold. No, we'll definitely stay here. As soon as that kid comes out, we'll report to you immediately. Lu Motzi hurriedly nodded in agreement. N. Bai Qi nodded and left with Bai Long. Chapter 209. Coming out of seclusion, anger. After Bai Qi left, Ming Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Giggle. Ming Feng clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh and blood oozed out. Bai Qi, if I don't get my revenge, I'm not a human. Ming Feng's eyes were red. He roared and staggered up, leaving the Earth Yuan cave. Meanwhile, Lu Motzi and the others were waiting there. 3 days later, in Ming Feng's dormitory, Mingzhu and Ming Feng sat opposite each other. Bang! Mingzhu slammed the table heavily. Her face was dark as she said, Bai Qi, you've gone too far. Sister, I must take revenge for this. Ming Feng gritted his teeth. After 3 days, his injuries were much better, but a few of his bones were broken, and it was not something that could be healed in a few days. Little brother, do you really want big brother to take action? Mingzhu asked. Not bad. Only big brother can take revenge for me. Ming Feng said. Big brother has been focusing on his cultivation and has been keeping a low profile. That's why he's not listed in the top 10 warriors of the Outer Palace. But you and I both know his combat strength. He should be able to deal with Bai Qi. But big brother is in closed-door cultivation now. I'm afraid he has to wait for a while. Mingzhu pondered for a while and said. It doesn't matter, I'll wait. Wait for big brother to come out of seclusion. Big brother will definitely make a decision for me. Ming Feng said. That's good. Mingzhu nodded. Lu Ming had no idea what was happening in the outside world. He was focused on cultivation. Every day, other than cultivating the true war dragon technique, he would be comprehending the force of fire. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming had gained a lot in a month's time. Cultivating here for a month was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for more than a year. In nearly 2 years, Lu Ming had condensed his essential qi properly. Not only did he eliminate all the hidden dangers left behind by his rapid improvement in the past, but his cultivation also progressed steadily and steadily, step by step. He reached the peak of the 4th grade Great Master realm. It could not be helped. Lu Ming needed too much energy to increase his cultivation level. Lu Ming's main purpose was to lay a solid foundation. Hence, the progress was very slow. However, his essential qi was full and smooth as one. He had already reached the limit of the 4th grade Great Martial Master and was only 1 step away from the 5th grade Great Martial Master. Lu Ming was still very satisfied. His force of fire had also made great progress. Although it was still far from the great completion, it had been moving forward steadily, taking a big step forward from the foundation of the small completion. If you have time in the future, you should come here more often to cultivate. This is only the 5th level. The effects of the lower levels will definitely be greater. Lu Ming pondered. Then, the stone door opened. It was time and Lu Ming walked out. Then he went up. When he reached the 3rd level, Lu Ming was slightly stunned because Lu Motzi and the rest were still there. It's that kid. He's out. The eyes of Lu Motzi and the rest lit up when they saw Lu Ming. You really haven't changed. Lu Ming muttered and looked at the secret room at Bright Peak. The stone door was dim, and it was obvious that no one was cultivating inside. He should have arrived at Ming Feng's secret room just a few minutes earlier than me. If he came out, he should have waited for me. Could it be that he came out early? Lu Ming was thinking in his heart. Something's wrong. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. He saw some faint palm prints on the stone door of the secret chamber. Although the palm print was very faint, it could not escape Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming remembered that there was definitely no such thing before. Did something happen to Ming Feng? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Motzi and the rest. Stop right there. At this moment, Lu Motzi and the rest were about to slip away. Lu Ming shouted loudly. Everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale and they could only stop. Let me ask you, Where are the people in this secret chamber? The young man who came with me? Lu Ming asked coldly. We don't know about that. Lu Mozi's eyes flickered as he stuttered. There's definitely something going on. The expressions of Lu Mozi and the rest made Lu Ming even more certain. Tell me what happened. If you don't tell me, you can't leave. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and a murderous aura burst out. Lu Mozi and the others shivered and were scared to death. Finally they told him everything. Boom! An extremely powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. His violent essential qi was wreaking havoc in the cave. Bai Long Bai Qi, damn you! Lu Ming said in a low voice. His voice was extremely cold. Speaking of which, Ming Feng was still implicated by him. This debt, he definitely had to get it back for Ming Feng. Big brother, this has nothing to do with us. We are here because of Bai Qi. Lu Mozi said, trembling. Cut the crap. Lead the way to Bai Qi's residence. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Ah! Lu Mozi and the rest were stunned. Then they looked shocked. Lu Ming was going to find trouble with Bai Qi directly. Good, this kid is really arrogant. Bring him to Bai Qi and let Bai Qi teach him a lesson. It will also help me vent my anger. Lu Mozi thought to himself and then quickly nodded in agreement. Then, Lu Mozi and the rest brought Lu Ming to Bai Qi's residence. More than 10 minutes before Lu Ming ended his cultivation, a tall young man with a saber on his back walked into Ming Feng's dormitory. Ha ha ha, little brother. You finally joined the General Star Hall. Big brother has been busy cultivating and didn't come to see you. Don't blame big brother. The young man burst into laughter as soon as he entered Ming Feng's room. Ming Zhu was beside the young man. Big brother, you've come out of seclusion? When Ming Feng saw the young man, he shouted in joy. I've come out of seclusion. Long time no see. Let me see if your cultivation has improved. The young man had a smile on his face as he sized up Ming Feng. With one look, his expression changed slightly, and he said, Little brother, you were injured some time ago? As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. A month ago, Ming Feng had many of his bones broken. Even if his cultivation was not weak, a month's time was not enough for him to recover to his peak. Naturally, the young man could tell at a glance. Big brother, you have to help me. Ming Feng immediately shouted. What's going on? The young man frowned. It's like this. Ming Feng then explained everything. Bai Qi, you're good. You're only ranked 10th among the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace, yet you're so arrogant. It seems that it's wrong for my Ming city to blindly cultivate during this period of time. It's time for me to move my bones and let people know how powerful I am. Ming Cheng's face darkened and he said coldly. Let's go. Take me to Bai Qi's residence. I'll take revenge for this. Ming Cheng waved his hand. Big brother, I know Bai Qi's residence. Ming Zhu said. The 3 siblings of the Ming family headed toward Bai Qi's residence. As one of the top 10 masters of the Outer Palace, Bai Qi's residence was completely different from the other students. He had his own courtyard, which was right behind the pavilions where the other students lived. Soon, Ming Cheng, Ming Feng, and Ming Zhu arrived at Bai Qi's residence. Bai Qi, get out here! Ming Cheng roared. His voice rolled like the tide and spread far and wide, spreading throughout the entire dormitory area. Chapter 210. Top Battle. His voice rolled and spread throughout the entire dormitory area, causing the entire dormitory area to shake. What? Someone told Bai Qi to come out. Who is this person? Why are you so arrogant? Don't tell me he's one of the top 10 warriors of the Outer Palace? Bai Qi is ranked 10th in the top 10. Only the other top 10 warriors would dare to call him that. There's something interesting to see, let's go and take a look. Suddenly, from the dormitory's pavilion, figures flickered and headed towards Bai Qi's courtyard. Soon, a circle of people appeared outside Bai Qi's courtyard, and the number of people was still increasing. Where did this blind dog come from? Are you looking for death? A loud roar came from Bai Qi's courtyard. Then, the gate of the courtyard opened and 4 or 5 figures walked out. The one leading them was Bai Qi, and Bai Long was at his side. It had been a month, but Bai Long's arm had not recovered yet, and it was still wrapped in thick bandages. At this moment, Bai Long's gaze swept across the surroundings. It was obvious that he was the one who had let out the roar. Then, his eyes fell on Ming Feng. "Little bastard, it's you. Why? The lesson last time wasn't enough, and now you're looking for death. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Bai Long laughed savagely. "Buzz! Slap his mouth." Suddenly, Ming Cheng's body moved. In a flash, he appeared in front of Bai Long and swung his palm. They were so fast that even Bai Qi could not save them in time. Pa! Bai Long was sent flying by a slap. The scene suddenly fell silent. "Isn't that the martial arts fanatic from Ming City? How dare you slap Bai Long in front of Bai Qi?" "Yeah, Ming Cheng is a martial arts fanatic. He cultivated into a demon before. I didn't expect him to be so bold. Bai Qi is going to lose his temper. I wonder if Ming City can deal with him?" The surroundings were filled with the sound of discussion. "Ming City, right? Do you know the consequences of this?" Bai Qi's face was extremely gloomy as he looked at Ming Cheng coldly. "Why didn't you think about the consequences of hurting my brother? Now, I'm giving him a slap, which is considered light. Now it's your turn. Let me see what tricks you, one of the top 10 masters, have up your sleeve." Ming Cheng stared at Bai Qi, his eyes flashing with a crazy desire to fight. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out of his body. The aura of a peak 6th grade great master. Bai Qi's pupils slightly shrank, and then he sneered. "So, you're a peak 6th grade great martial master. No wonder you dared to cause trouble in front of my door. But today, I'll tell you that even though we're both peak 6th grade great martial masters, there's a huge difference in our combat strength. You'll regret what you've done today." Boom! A powerful aura also burst out from Bai Qi's body. It was also the aura of a peak 6th grade great martial master. The two auras collided, stirring up a gust of wind. "Haha, then let's fight." Ming Cheng laughed maniacally. He unsheathed his saber with a terrifying saber radiance. The blade light turned black and rose into the sky, stirring the wind and clouds. 8 Desolations War Blade. Dang! Ming Cheng roared and slashed out with his saber. A terrifying saber radiance slashed towards Bai Qi. As soon as the saber was used, a terrifying saber intent filled the entire area, and everyone felt a terrifying pressure. "So strong. He's too strong." Someone shouted. Bai Qi's pupils suddenly contracted and he shouted, "White Snake Dragon Palm!" He struck out with his palm and the space trembled. A huge white snake formed and hissed towards the sky, charging towards Ming Cheng's blade light. An earth-shaking sound was heard and Bai Qi's body was shaken and he was pushed back. Ming City, on the other hand, did not move. Everyone present was dumbfounded. This martial arts fanatic Ming Cheng is actually so strong. Even Bai Qi was forced to retreat in one move. It seems that we have underestimated Ming City. Some people just don't like reputation, but they are not necessarily weak. Now it seems that the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace are not necessarily the strongest. Not bad. Of course, there were also people who opposed it. Bai Qi was just careless just now. He might not lose. It's too early to say this. Someone retorted. The crowd was in a heated discussion, but Bai Qi's face was extremely gloomy. "Bai Qi, so this is all you've got. It's really disappointing. From now on, you can give me your title as one of the top 10 warriors of the Outer Palace." Ming Cheng laughed. "The battle has just begun. It's too early for you to be happy. You're not qualified to defeat me." Dragon White Snake Palm, Dragon Transformation. Bai Qi let out a long roar and his genuine qi surged. His hands were filled with a thick white light. He struck out with his palm and a huge white snake appeared. Once it appeared, it changed rapidly and finally turned into a white giant dragon, pouncing towards Ming City. Dragon. He really turned into a dragon. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw this. Bai Qi's battle power was truly shocking.
Even a 7th grade Great Martial Master wouldn't be able to withstand such a combat strength, let alone a peak 6th grade Great Martial Master. I'll defeat you in 30 moves with just a small trick.
Ming Cheng sneered.
He held the saber with both hands and slowly raised it.
At this moment, a huge blade was formed.
The huge blade was dark, like the scythe of the death god, and it slowly slashed towards Bai Qi. The huge blade and the white dragon clashed. The white dragon let out a long roar, opened its mouth, and bit down on the huge blade. However, the giant saber shook violently, and the terrifying saber radiance shook the sky. Boom! In the end, the white dragon was defeated, turning into a wave of energy and dissipating. The giant blade did not stop. White snake dragon palm, one palm turning into 10 dragons. Bai Qi roared and clapped his hands. Roar! Roar! At that moment, 10 white giant dragons appeared and roared as they charged toward Ming City.
8 Desolations War Saber, fight!
Battle! Battle!
Ming Cheng's fighting spirit was shocking.
He slashed wildly with his saber, showing the overbearing and powerful strength of a swordsman. At this moment, Lu Ming, Lu Mozi, and the rest had just arrived.
Someone is fighting against Bai Qi.
Who is it?
It's actually so powerful? Lu Mozi gasped.
That's Ming Cheng, the martial madman Ming Cheng. I didn't expect him to be so powerful.
It's amazing.
Fortunately, I didn't offend him before.
Another youth said. Ming City?
His surname is Ming?
Lu Ming's expression changed.
He swept his gaze and indeed, he saw Ming Zhu and Ming Feng. I wonder what is the relationship between Ming City and Pearl Mountain.
Lu Ming thought.
At the same time, he walked forward and essential qi gushed out of his body. The people in front of him made way for him subconsciously. Lu Ming walked forward and stood in the crowd to watch. Boom! 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 The rumbles continued. Ming Cheng and Bai Qi had exchanged more than a dozen moves in the blink of an eye. However, Ming Cheng became more and more courageous as the battle progressed, and Bai Qi gradually lost. Ah! Bai Qi roared in anger, but it was useless. He was completely suppressed by Ming Cheng. 8 Desolations War Saber, break the heavens and destroy the earth.
Ming Cheng made the last strike.
This strike contained all of Ming Cheng's fighting spirit. This blade seemed to be able to destroy everything. As the saber slashed down, Bai Qi roared and retreated rapidly. Everyone saw a wound appear on Bai Qi's body, and blood was flowing out.
Bai Qi's face was pale. He had lost.
Chapter 211. A Soft Persimmon. Ming Cheng, the martial madman who was usually low-key and only knew how to cultivate, actually had such strong strength. If he said he would defeat Bai Qi in 30 moves, then he really meant it. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Bai Qi, is this your true strength? You're really disappointing. From now on, you'll be removed from the top 10 experts, and your ranking will be inherited by me.
Ming Cheng shouted.
Bai Qi gritted his teeth, his face ashen, but he could not refute. He was originally ranked 10th in the top 10 experts. Now that he was defeated, he naturally should withdraw from the top 10 experts ranking and be replaced by Ming Cheng. Also, you don't have the right to stay in this courtyard anymore. I'll give you 3 days to move out. Ming Cheng laughed. What? Don't you go too far. Bai Qi roared. Bullying? Why didn't you think that way when you hit my brother? You just think that you're strong enough to bully others, but now that I'm stronger than you, what's wrong with that? Ming Cheng was very domineering and sneered. You! Bai Qi was furious, but he had nothing to say. Haha, second sister, little brother, let's go.
Ming Cheng laughed and turned to leave.
Humph, why aren't you cocky now? You're just a piece of trash. Ming Feng pouted and looked at Bai Qi and Bai Long with disdain. Bai Qi and Bai Long were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The 3 Ming siblings passed through the crowd. The people around them gloated at Bai Qi's misfortune when they saw him in such a sorry state. The Bai brothers had offended many people.
What are you looking at?
If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes. Bai Long roared as he scanned the crowd. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but lower their heads, but their hearts were filled with disdain. Why weren't they arrogant in front of Ming Cheng just now? Now that Ming Cheng had left, they began to be arrogant. Bai Long's gaze swept across the entire scene. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. He pointed in Lu Ming's direction and shouted, "It's you, you little bastard. It's all your fault. Big brother, the one who injured me that day was this bastard." Bai Long pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. The people around Lu Ming were shocked. They hurriedly took a few steps back to distance themselves from Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming was exposed. "Is this the kid?" Bai Qi's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he looked at Lu Ming. Yes, at this moment, his killing intent towards Lu Ming was extremely strong. He felt that the reason why he ended up in this state, being defeated by Ming Cheng in public and being humiliated ruthlessly, was all because of Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not injured Bai Long, he would not have gone to the Earth Aeon Cave to cause trouble for Lu Ming. He would not have injured Ming Peak and attracted Ming City here. At this moment, he blamed everything on Lu Ming. His desire to kill Lu Ming was stronger than Ming Cheng. "Damn it, this brat should die!" Bai Qi roared. "Senior Bai, we've brought you the kid you wanted." At this time, Lu Posey squeezed out of the crowd and walked toward Bai Qi. "Little bastard, come here, kneel down, kowtow to me 100 times in front of everyone, and admit your mistake. Hurry up." Bai Qi pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. He wanted to get back at Lu Ming for the humiliation he had suffered today. He also wanted to let others know that he, Bai Qi, was still a strong person that everyone respected. Lu Ming's lips suddenly curled into a cold smile. How could he not see through Bai Qi's thoughts? He was treating him as a soft persimmon. However, was Lu Ming a pushover? Lu Ming took a step forward casually and looked at Bai Long. "What's wrong? Wasn't it enough to be taught a lesson back then? Now you want to be abused again?" A sinister expression appeared on Bai Long's face, and he said, "Kid, what you did to me, I will take it back 10 times. 10 times? With just you, or with you, the big brother who was easily defeated just now?" Lu Ming smiled faintly and cast a glance at Bai Qi. In an instant, Bai Qi's expression changed. It became extremely ugly. The muscles on his face trembled and his eyes revealed an extremely cold killing intent. He regarded the matter earlier as a great humiliation, but Lu Ming still brought it up now? This was the scar of receiving him in public. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Lu Ming is too bold. How dare he say that to Bai Qi in public? It's over. Everyone thought. Lu Ming is finished. Bai Qi will never let him off. As expected, Bai Qi's expression was ferocious. He looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice, "Little bastard, if I don't break all the bones in your body today, I won't be called Bai Qi." "Just call me an idiot, it's easy to say, isn't it? It's also a good match for you," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Ah, you're looking for death." Bai Qi could not hold it in any longer. He roared and pounced at Lu Ming. White Snake Dragon Palm. Bai Qi used his ultimate move as soon as he attacked. A huge white dragon roared and pounced at Lu Ming. A sharp aura gushed out and filled the entire area. Many people felt the terrifying pressure and retreated with a change in expression. Although Bai Qi had been defeated by Ming Cheng, he was not seriously injured. His strength had not weakened, and he was still extremely terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They all knew that the reason Bai Qi was easily defeated by Ming Cheng was not because Bai Qi was weak, but because Ming Cheng was too strong. That brat wouldn't be turned into a meat pie with a single palm strike, right? Many people had the same thought. Small tricks. A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Then, Lu Ming's hand glowed and a long spear was condensed. He swept the spear. Bang! The long spear swept across the white dragon, directly shattering it into pieces. Bai Qi let out a muffled groan and his expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. This. The crowd was dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they watched this scene. He retreated. The White Scarlet residents retreated after Lu Ming's one move. How was this possible?
Some of them even rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they had seen wrong. What dragon transformation palm? I think it's more like insect transformation palm. Lu Ming said indifferently. You. Take my move. Bai Qi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He roared and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. White snake dragon palm, one palm turning into 10 dragons. Bai Qi's palms were sent out continuously, using the strongest move he had used in the fierce battle with Ming Cheng. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Lu Ming let out a long howl, and with a move of his hand, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust his spear forward, and the demon-subduing spear turned into 10 spear shadows. It was so fast that it was as if 10 bolts of lightning had appeared in the sky. After that, there were 10 loud explosions in the sky. The 10 white giant dragons that Bai Qi had blasted out were all defeated by Lu Ming. This is the first move. Next, the second move. Before the crowd could be shocked, Lu Ming immediately executed his second move. Whoosh! The pitch-black demon-subduing spear pierced through the air and instantly stabbed toward Bai Qi. So fast. It's too fast. Bai Qi shouted in fear. He used all of his strength and struck out dozens of palm strikes in an instant. The terrifying power covered the area in front of him. Chapter 212 3 Moves. But dash. Lu Ming's long spear pierced through and the palm force collapsed. Bai Qi's expression changed drastically as he frantically kicked his back leg. Buzz! Buzz! Outside of the crowd, Ming Cheng, Ming Zhu, and Ming Feng returned and flew over at top speed. It was obvious that they had heard the commotion and returned. That's Big Brother Tianyun. Big Brother Tianyun is too strong. He actually forced Bai Qi to retreat. Ming Feng shouted in surprise. Ming Zhu also looked on in surprise. Ming Cheng's eyes were filled with shock. The third move. A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth again. Whoosh! The third spear thrust out. The tip of the spear glowed with a faint green light. It was agile, ethereal, and extremely sharp. The space seemed to have been pierced through, and a blue mark appeared. Only traces could be seen. No gun could be seen. It was too fast. Puchi! Before Bai Qi could even react, the tip of Lu Ming's spear had pierced through his shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground. Everyone was stunned. He didn't even have time to react. Arg! Ah! It was not until Bai Qi let out a shrill scream that everyone came to their senses. CSI! Immediately, gasps of shock could be heard. 3 moves. It was really 3 moves. Lu Ming nailed Bai Qi to the ground. Too strong, he was simply too strong. Everyone was roaring in their hearts. Even an idiot could tell that Bai Qi had no way of fighting back in Lu Ming's hands. Where did this young man come from? Wasn't his strength too terrifying? Today, they had defeated Bai Qi in 30 moves in Ming City, to let everyone know that the so-called top 10 experts of the Outer Palace were not invincible. There were many hidden experts in the Outer Palace. Then, Lu Ming's next move was even more exaggerated. He nailed Bai Qi to the ground in 3 moves. It made people even more convinced that there were many experts hidden in the Outer Palace. Force, that's force. He just used the force of wind. Suddenly, someone shouted. There was no lack of experts in the outer hall. Naturally, there were people who recognized the force of the wind that Lu Ming had displayed. Lu Ming had indeed cast the force of the wind just now. Lu Ming cast the force of the wind, and the speed of his spear was extremely fast. What? It was actually the force of the wind? He's so young, and his cultivation is only at the great martial master realm, but he's already comprehended force. Terrifying. Genius. A peerless genius. Even in the 5 great sects, he's a rare peerless genius. There was a heated discussion in the surroundings. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Wind force was only something he had comprehended some time ago. If everyone knew that he had also comprehended fire force, and that it had already reached small success, who knew how shocked they would be? Force. Big Brother Tianyun has actually comprehended force? In the crowd, Ming Feng's mouth was wide open in shock. Second sister, little brother, Is he the Tianyun you were talking about? He's indeed a top genius. Haha, I'll definitely find him to spar with in the future. Ming Cheng grinned, his eyes shining with excitement. How could this be? How did this happen? It's impossible. Impossible. Bai Long looked at this scene in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he kept muttering to himself as if he couldn't accept this. Nothing is impossible. There are so many geniuses and experts. What can you and your brother do? Lu Ming said indifferently. He really didn't put a genius like Bai Qi in his eyes. He estimated that Bai Qi's level of talent would be about the same as the top 10 on the bronze list if he were in the mystical sword sect. With his current combat strength, it was not difficult for him to fight a genius of this level who was several levels higher than him. Ah! Bai Qi roared and struggled with all his might, his eyes showing a humiliated expression. What are you shouting for? I forgot to tell you that I have a strong point, and that is that I like to return everything that others want to do to me. Just now, you threatened to break all the bones in my body, hee. Lu Ming chuckled. His voice wasn't loud, but it was cold enough to make people shiver. Chapter 213. The Eighth Prince. Your young master. Lu Ming was stunned. Who would invite him? Could it be another student from the General Stars Hall? Lu Ming frowned and wanted to refuse. Young Master Tianyun, you don't have to reject him so quickly. My young master said that he's an old friend of yours. The old man said with a smile. An old friend. Lu Ming was even more puzzled. He didn't have any old friends in the capital. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of a person, Hua Qi. However, he was currently in disguise and had changed his name to Tianyun. How could he possibly be Hua Qi? Lu Ming was very curious. All right, I'll go with you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Please. The old man smiled. Lu Ming and the elder left the General Star Hall. There was already a luxurious carriage waiting at the entrance. The horse in the carriage was not an ordinary horse, but a flood dragon horse. It had a strong body, a single horn on its head, and its entire body was covered in scales. Legend had it that the flood dragon horse had the bloodline of a flood dragon, and could travel 100,000 li in a day. It was an extremely precious mount. But this carriage was pulled by 3 WYRM horses. The owner of the carriage was definitely not an ordinary person. After boarding the carriage, the coachman shouted, and the carriage rushed out like a whirlwind. Lu Ming sat in the carriage. It was very stable and he did not feel any bumps at all. The old man sat opposite Lu Ming and did not say a word. He closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the carriage stopped. We're here. Young Master Tianyun, please. The old man opened his eyes and smiled. Lu Ming nodded and got off the carriage. However, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. They stopped in a wide square. There were many carriages parked in the square. Each carriage was very luxurious, and most of them were pulled by rare beasts. In front of the square was a very majestic building with high walls that were resplendent. Rows of armored soldiers patrolled on the high wall and the gate. Each soldier gave off a strong aura. This is the Imperial Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he was slightly shocked. Young Master Tianyun, please. The old man raised his hand and said. Who is your young master? Lu Ming frowned and asked again. The old man smiled gently. I won't hide it from young Master Tianyun. My young master is the 8th prince. The 8th prince. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not know any 8th prince. Young Master Tianyun, please. The old man said again. All right. Lu Ming had an idea and then said. Regardless of whether he was the 8th prince or not, Lu Ming was not a timid person. He followed the old man and easily walked through the palace gate. The imperial palace was simply too large, and there were countless pavilions and pagodas. The guards in iron armor patrolled back and forth, keeping a tight watch. Lu Ming could also vaguely sense that there were many powerful auras hidden within. They were like sleeping true dragons. Once they erupted, It would be extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's heart trembled. It seemed that the royal family was not as weak as the rumors said. They were still very powerful and should not be underestimated. Following the old man, they made many turns, and after a long while, they arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard was very large, with hundreds of flowers in full bloom, and the fragrance of the flowers assailed the nose. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a small lake. The water was as clear as a mirror. There was a pavilion beside the lake. At this moment, there were a few exquisite dishes and wine on the jade table in the pavilion. In the pavilion, a slender figure wearing a purple dragon robe and a jade belt stood there. He placed his hands behind his back and turned his back to Lu Ming and the rest. He looked at the small lake and seemed to be deep in thought. The old man came to this figure and bowed. "Your Highness, young Master Tianyun has arrived." The figure moved slightly, as if it had reacted, and then slowly turned around. Lu Ming's pupils shrank when he saw the person's appearance. Hua Qi. This person was actually Hua Qi. Hua Qi was the 8th prince. Wasn't the surname Hua in the current royal family? However, there were so many people with the surname Hua in the world. He had never thought that Hua Qi would be a member of the imperial family, and the 8th prince at that. "Lu Ming, long time no see," the 8th prince said with a smile. Lu Ming was stunned. He then cupped his fists and said, "8th prince, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. My name is Tianyun, not Lu Ming. I was there when you fought with Bai Qi yesterday. Lu Ming, you may be able to fool others, but you can't fool me," Hua Qi said with a smile. "Especially your temperament during the battle. How can others imitate it?" Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Although he had changed his appearance, Hua Qi was all too familiar with his expression and voice, so it was naturally difficult to hide. Kachachi. Lu Ming's body wriggled and the bone armor moved. His body returned to its original shape. Then, he reached out and wiped his face, revealing his handsome face. "Hua Qi, I didn't expect you to be the 8th prince of the Burning Sun Empire," Lu Ming said with a smile. "So what if he's the 8th prince?" Hua Qi sighed. He then waved his hand and said, "Lu Ming, come, please have a seat. Let's have a drink." The two of them sat opposite each other. Hua Qi poured wine for Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and finished the drink in one gulp. "Lu Ming, I've heard about your situation. The mystical sword sect is really disappointing." Hua Qi downed his cup and sighed. "Haha, what's there to be disappointed about? I'll annihilate the Duanmu family sooner or later. As for you, you're the 8th prince. I really don't understand why you've come to the mystical sword sect." Lu Ming laughed and asked. Hua Qi was silent. After a long time he sighed. "Lu Ming, I'm sure you know a little about the history of the royal family and the current situation, right?" Hua Qi said. Lu Ming nodded. The Burning Sun royal family used to be so powerful that even the 5 great sects had to tremble in front of the royal family. It's a pity that there was internal strife in the royal family, and their strength was greatly reduced. The sects rose up, especially the 10 Directions Sword School, who had rapacious ambitions. They took control of the former emperor and used the emperor to command the vassals. In the name of the orthodox lineage, they commanded the world. That's why they were able to rise so quickly and become stronger and stronger. In the past 800 years, they dominated the Burning Sun Empire and became the strongest sect. However, the royal family is the legitimate one. We can't be controlled by a lowly sect like the 10 Directions Sword School. When he said this, Hua Qi's eyes flashed with an astonishing light. It was a sort of stubbornness and conviction. But soon after he sighed and said, "It's a pity that the citizens of the Blazing Sun Empire only know of the 5 major sections. Almost all the geniuses have been recruited by the 5 major sections. So the royal family established the General Stars Hall with the purpose of cultivating their own power." Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he asked. "Not bad," Hua Qi replied. "It's so obvious. Doesn't the 10 Directions Sword School know?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course the 10 Directions Sword School knows, but maybe they don't care and think it's useless. There's another reason. The royal family isn't to be trifled with. The 10 Directions Sword sect doesn't dare to go too far," Hua Qi said.
You don't dare to go too far? With the current strength of the 10 Directions Sword School, it shouldn't be difficult for them to destroy the imperial family, right? Lu Ming asked. Chapter 214. The Secret of the Royal Family. Ever since he had come to the imperial city, he had felt that the relationship between the royal family and the 10 Directions Sword School was very subtle. Unlike the legendary 10 Directions Sword School that completely controlled the royal family. The 10 Directions Sword School has the power, but they don't dare to. Although the royal family has declined, we are still orthodox. If the 10 Directions Sword School annihilates the royal family, the other 4 great sects will join forces and attack us. It's sad to say that the 10 Directions Sword School is not afraid of the royal family, but the other 4 great sections. Hua Qi sighed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. So that was the case. However, the 10 Directions Sword School has the ambition of a wolf. They've been supporting their own people in the royal family, trying to slowly erode the resistance of the royal family. In the end, they'll achieve their goal of completely controlling the royal family. By then, everything in the royal family will really belong to the 10 Directions Sword School. Now, the royal family is divided into 2 factions. One faction is determined to resist, but the other faction wants to rely on the 10 Directions Sword School. This is especially true for the Heavenly King's suppression. Hua Qi said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming listened quietly. He did not expect that there were so many secrets in between. Hua Qi clearly trusted him, which was why he had told him so many secrets. I originally wanted to join the mystical sword sect and see if I could borrow their strength to fight against the 10 Directions Sword sect. Now, it seems that this method is not feasible at all. I might as well stay in the imperial city and accumulate my own strength. Lu Ming, I have a request. I hope you can agree to it. Hua Qi suddenly bowed to Lu Ming. What are you doing? Lu Ming waved his hand and a surge of energy gushed out, lifting the pool. You're my friend. If you have something to say, just say it. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, I hope that you can help me. Help me destroy the omnipresent sword school. Hua Qi's eyes flickered with astonishing killing intent. Help you destroy the 10 Directions Sword School? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Lu Ming, I know that you're extremely talented and that you're a dragon among men. I'm sure you won't be trapped in a small place like the Burning Sun Empire in the future. You have a bigger stage to go on. I won't ask you to join the royal family. I only hope that you can give me a hand when you're strong in the future. Hua Qi said. All right, I promise you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. First of all, Hua Qi was his friend. Moreover, his father, Lu Yuntian, was most likely in the hands of the 10 Directions Sword sect. If that was true, he and the 10 Directions Sword sect would become mortal enemies. They would have to face each other sooner or later, so there was no harm in agreeing to Hua Qi's request. Good, that's great. Hua Qi was ecstatic. He was well aware of Lu Ming's talent. As long as Lu Ming grew stronger, it was possible for him to become a martial king in the future. With Lu Ming's help, great things were in sight. Naturally, he was excited. Hua Qi moved his hand and a gold medal appeared in his hand. He passed it to Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you're now a member of the Star Cluster Hall. With this token, you can enter and leave the 7 cultivation sanctuaries of the Star Cluster Hall as you wish without paying any fees. I can enter and leave the 7 cultivation sanctuaries as I please? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he took the golden token without any hesitation. Also, what is Star Cluster Hall? Lu Ming asked. Hua Qi had a smile on his face, and he was clearly much happier. Lu Ming, the General Stars Hall recruits just about anyone. Their requirements are so low. Of course, they won't do it for no reason. When a person enters the General Star Hall, the Imperial family will send people to observe him and determine if he is from the 5 great sects and if he can be used by the Imperial family. After a series of observations, we will confirm that this person can be used by the Imperial family and has great talent. Then, we will recruit him into the Star Cluster Hall. The Star Cluster Hall is the core of the General Stars Hall, and it will also be fully nurtured by the royal family. Many of the great generals guarding the border now came from the Star Cluster Hall, And they are also the trump card of the royal family against the 10-direction sword school.
At this point, Hua Qi pursed his lips and continued. Of course, the General Star Hall also has a core, and that is the Dark Star Hall.
What?
The Dark Star Hall belongs to the royal family? Lu Ming was shocked. The Dark Star Hall was as famous as the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, and was also one of the 4 major assassin organizations of the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming had never expected that the Dark Star Hall actually belonged to the royal family. Lu Ming. Very few people know about this. You must not tell anyone. Otherwise, the omnipresent sword sect might make a big move. Hua Qi said.
Naturally, I won't say anything,
Lu Ming said. In fact, 2 of the 4 major assassin organizations in the Blazing Sun Empire were trained by the 10-direction sword sect. They are the Blood Rain Tower and the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. The most mysterious underworld king mansion is also trained by the 10-direction sword sect. I don't even know who is behind them. Hua Qi said.
What?
The Shadow Wolf Pavilion belongs to the 10-direction sword school? Lu Ming was shocked. The Duanmu family had sent assassins from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion to kill him. He had thought that the Shadow Wolf Pavilion was the support of the mystical sword sect. He didn't expect it to be the Shifang Sword School support. How could the Duanmu family move someone who belonged to the 10-direction sword school? Perhaps the Shadow Wolf Pavilion would do anything as long as they were paid, or perhaps the Duanmu family had an unclear relationship with the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, or perhaps the 10-direction sword sect.
Lu Ming, have you discovered anything?
Hua Qi asked.
It's nothing.
Lu Ming shook his head and did not share his guess. Hua Qi, I also have a matter that I need your help with. Lu Ming's expression changed and he suddenly said. What is it? As long as I can help, I will do my best to help. Hua Qi said. I need you to help me investigate a person. This person is my father. Lu Ming did not hide anything and explained that Lu Yuntian might be in the imperial capital and in the hands of the omnipresent sword sect. I can't believe there's such a hidden story. Don't worry, Lu Ming. I'll use all my power to help you investigate. As long as Uncle Lu is still in the imperial city, I'll help you find him even if I have to turn the imperial city upside down. Hua Qi said firmly.
Many thanks.
With Hua Qi's help, Lu Ming heaved a huge sigh of relief. He finally felt more at ease. Hua Qi was the imperial family's 8th prince, and he definitely had quite a bit of power in the imperial capital. With his help, it would be 1,000 times better than him investigating like a headless fly. Then, the 2 of them drank and chatted. Very quickly, after 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Ming bade Hua Qi farewell. Lu Ming, there's something I almost forgot to tell you. In 2 months, the royal family and the omnipresent sword sect will open a plane together to harvest the treasures and resources inside. In there, you can find treasures that are of great help to the awakening of a second bloodline. Hua Qi suddenly said. A treasure that can help you awaken your second bloodline? Of course, we're going. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The awakening of the second bloodline was of utmost importance. Any treasure that could help with the awakening of the second bloodline could not be missed. Okay, actually, you've defeated Bai Qi, so you'll definitely have a spot. Hua Qi said with a smile. Lu Ming took his leave and returned to Tianyun's appearance before returning to the General Star's hall. I hope I can get news of father as soon as possible. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in thought. He had a vague feeling that although the Blazing Sun Empire seemed to be calm right now, there were undercurrents surging in the dark. There were disputes between various parties, and he did not know when they would erupt. He had to find Lu Yuntian as soon as possible. He also had to increase his strength. His body was as still as a mountain. No matter how strong the wind was, it could not move him at all. We've only just entered the valley, yet there's already such a strong wind. This place is indeed a good place to cultivate wind attribute martial skills and comprehend wind force. He didn't stop and continued to walk forward. Soon, they reached the end of the valley. On the left and right, there were 2 valleys,
and the wind was even more violent. Without thinking, Lu Ming chose the side where the wind was the strongest and walked. Just like that, Lu Ming turned left and right and walked through 7 to 8 valleys. Here, the wind was so strong that it was already very terrifying. Strong gales swept through the air, even forming wind blades in the air. The wind blades were like knives, constantly hitting Lu Ming's protective true qi, causing waves of ripples. What a terrifying wind blade! The wind blade here is equivalent to a full-force attack of a first-grade Master Realm. The many wind blades were like a large group of first-grade Master Realm martial artists that kept attacking Lu Ming. The essential qi in Lu Ming's body was being consumed rapidly. Not only can I comprehend wind force here, but I can also practice the ancient shield technique with half the effort. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, 2 ancient shields were formed in front of him. Clang! Clang! The wind blades kept bombarding the shield, but the shield didn't move at all. It's not powerful enough. Go deeper. Lu Ming continued to move forward and the power of the wind blades grew stronger. It was equivalent to a full-powered strike from a second-grade Master Realm, followed by a third-grade Master Realm, a fourth-grade Master Realm. After Lu Ming had walked through more than 10 valleys, the power of the wind blades here was already equivalent to a full-force attack of a first-grade Grandmaster. An attack equivalent to a first-grade Great Martial Master Realm was terrifying. Even steel would be torn into pieces in an instant. Most importantly, there weren't just 1 or 2 wind blades here. They were densely packed and constantly bombarding the area. Clang clang. The wind blades struck the ancient shield, creating a series of metal-striking sounds and sparks. The ancient shield in front of Lu Ming started to shake. In particular, 2 ancient shields were not enough to defend against the wind blades from all directions. Lu Ming was completely immersed in it. He kept controlling the ancient shield to fly up and down to block the wind blades while carefully sensing the changes in the surrounding wind. This meant that Lu Ming was cultivating the ancient shield art while comprehending the force of the wind at the same time. Cultivating like this, the speed of improvement was terrifying. However, the consumption of Lu Ming's essential qi was extremely huge. Lu Ming's essential qi was much more condensed than ordinary people. However, he had no choice but to leave after cultivating for an hour. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to cultivate like this. After leaving the place, Lu Ming comprehended the 3 palm strikes while recovering his essential qi. After his essential qi had recovered, Lu Ming entered the valley again and continued with his high-intensity cultivation. 1 month later, the ancient shield art broke through to the 3rd level. As for wind force, it was also improving rapidly. Although it hadn't reached the minor completion, it wasn't far away. As for the 3 palms, he had not cultivated it successfully, but Lu Ming felt that he would be able to do it soon. I've been cultivating for a month. I'm going out to rest for 2 days. After that, Lu Ming left the Divine Wind Valley. Not long after he returned to his residence, Ming Feng, Ming Zhu, and Ming Cheng found Lu Ming. Tianyun, everyone says that I'm a martial arts fanatic, but I think you're even crazier than me. You've been cultivating all day long, and I can't even see your shadow. Ming Cheng shouted at Lu Ming when he saw him. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Big brother Tianyun, you're definitely going to enter the Blood Ant secret realm this time, right? Ming Feng said. The Blood Ant secret realm? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Then he had a flash of inspiration. Could it be the plane that Hua Qi said he entered with the omnidirectional sword sect? Chapter 216. The Blood Ant Secret Realm. Big brother Tianyun, don't you know? He's really a cultivation maniac. Ming Feng pouted his lips speechlessly and continued. The Blood Ant Secret Realm is a plane jointly controlled by the royal family and the 10-Direction Sword School. It opens once every 3 years, and the 3-year period will be in a month's time. The General Star Hall has already issued an order that anyone above the 3rd grade Great Martial Master Realm must participate. Anyone below the 3rd grade Great Martial Master Realm can also participate if their combat strength has reached the 3rd grade Great Martial Master Realm. Many 2nd grade Great Martial Master Realm martial artists are cultivating with all their might, hoping to reach the third grade Great Martial Master Realm and enter the Blood Ant's secret realm. After all, this is a great opportunity that no one wants to miss. Big brother Tianyun, how could you not know about it? After Ming Feng finished speaking, he pouted. As expected, it is the same thing as Hua Qi said. Lu Ming thought to himself. Of course I've heard of it. I'm going to participate. Lu Ming said with a smile. No martial artist above the 7th grade Grandmaster realm can enter the Blood Ant's secret realm. With Brother Tianyun's combat strength, you'll definitely have a great harvest. However, you still have to be careful of the people from the Shifang Sword School, because every time, the disciples of the Shifang Sword School will wantonly hunt the geniuses of the General Star Hall. Mingzhu said in a deep voice. Humph, the people from the 10 Direction Sword School better not mess with me. Otherwise, I'll kill every one of them who comes. Ming Chung snorted coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he asked, are 7th grade Great Martial Masters and above really not allowed to participate? Yes, I've only heard about it. It said that the secret realm is a newly born plane, probably around 10,000 years old. The laws of heaven and earth are not perfect. The higher the cultivation, the greater the rejection. 7th grade Great Martial Master and above will be rejected as soon as they enter. Mingzhu explained. I see. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. If 7th grade Great Martial Master realm and above couldn't enter, he wouldn't be afraid no matter how talented and strong the disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School were. Tianyun, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come, let's exchange some pointers. At this moment, Ming Cheng shouted. He stared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. All right, Lu Ming said with a smile. Then they found a wide space. A few minutes later. Tianyun, you pervert. I'm not going to fight with you anymore. I'm not going to spar with you anymore. You pervert. Ming Chung screamed in pain. His face was bruised and purple. He looked at Lu Ming with a bitter expression. Lu Ming was speechless. He thought to himself, you are the one who insisted on sparring with me. Ming Feng and Mingzhu were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen their big brother being beaten up so badly and screaming so miserably. He even shouted that he would not look for Lu Ming to spar in the future. This was really one of a kind. Don't. Brother Mingqing. I've learned a lot from sparring with you. We'll continue another day. At most, I'll go easy on you. Lu Ming said. I have a stomachache, so I'm going to leave first. Ming Cheng almost burst into tears. He held his stomach and ran away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Behind them, Lu Ming, Ming Feng, and Mingzhu were dumbfounded. Is this still my big brother? I didn't get the wrong person, right? Ming Feng muttered. It's not that you've got the wrong person, or someone's too abnormal. The Pearl rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. During this period of time, the atmosphere in the General Star Hall was extremely intense. Everyone who had a chance of entering the Blood Ant's secret realm was cultivating hard in the hopes of increasing their combat strength and obtaining greater gains in the Blood Ant's secret realm. After resting for 2 days, Lu Ming returned to the God Wind Valley. He realized that there were many more people cultivating in the God Wind Valley. In the crisscrossing valleys of the God Wind Valley, one could see a figure every once in a while. Lu Ming went to the place where he had cultivated previously. There was no one there. No one could cultivate here. This was what Lu Ming wanted. No one would disturb him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the Blood Ant's secret realm to open. Lu Ming left the Holy Wind Valley a day earlier. The next day, he and Ming Cheng arrived at the General Star Hall's martial arts field. All the students from the General Stars Hall who wanted to enter the Blood Ant realm had to gather here. Soon, more than 120 people had gathered on the field. This was the total number of people from the General Stars Hall who had entered the Blood Ant's secret realm. Each of them had a cultivation between the 3rd and 6th grade Great Martial Master realm. Whoosh! A few old men appeared in the air. I believe everyone knows a little about the rules this time, so I won't go into detail.
I'll mainly talk about the most important points. One of the red-haired old men spoke. His aura was turbulent, and his voice was like a great bell. First, the Blood Ant Secret Realm opens once every 3 years. This time, it's time for the Blood Ant Eggs again. The Blood Ant Eggs are the best materials for refining the blood refining pill. For every 3 Blood Ant Eggs, 1 blood refining pill can be refined. As for you, as long as you hand over the Blood Ant Eggs you obtain to the royal family, you will get half of them. In other words, as long as you hand over 6 Blood Ant Eggs, the royal family will give you a blood refinement pill. Blood refinement pill? It's actually a blood refinement pill? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his eyes glowed with passion. Before a martial artist awakens his second bloodline, he would go through a process of accumulation. What would he accumulate? It was to accumulate the qi of the bloodline. The more concentrated the bloodline energy was, the higher the level of the second bloodline that could be awakened. The blood refinement pill was a treasure that could accumulate the qi of bloodline. Lu Ming finally understood. The treasure that Hua Qi had mentioned that could help him awaken his second bloodline was the blood refinement pill. It was not just Lu Ming. Everyone else present, including those geniuses who thought they could break through to the martial arts grandmaster realm, had a burning glow in their eyes. As long as he obtained 6 Blood Ant Eggs, he could exchange them for a blood refinement pill. Second, I want to warn you that you must be careful of the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. Every time the secret realm opens, the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School will hunt down the General Star's Hall. Killing and plundering are not forbidden in the secret realm, so you must be careful. The red-haired old man's voice sounded again. He warned with a serious expression. Humph. So what if they're geniuses from the 10 Directions Sword School? Why would I be afraid of them? Some of the students were full of confidence as they said. All right, that's all I have to say. The rest will be up to you. Let's go to the Blood Ant Secret Realm now. As soon as the red-haired old man's voice fell, a few screeches were heard in the sky, and 8 huge gale eagles descended. These 8 windwalk eagles were much larger than the ones Lu Ming had seen in East Lacking City. As the gale eagle landed, everyone leaped into the air and jumped onto its back. With 8 long howls, the gale eagle soared straight up, heading north. The Blood Ant Secret Realm was located to the north of the imperial capital, about 20,000 miles away. It was said that the Blood Ant Secret Realm originally belonged to the royal family, but the 10 Direction Sword sect took over a part of the power and demanded an equal share of the Blood Ant Secret Realm with the royal family. Every 3 years, both sides would send their disciples into the Blood Ant Realm to harvest the Blood Ant Eggs. Whoever obtained them would get them. This condition seemed fair, but it was not fair at all. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.